Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in a few moments.
Welcome to Flightsim Expo 2024. In the event that the conference room loses pressure, oxygen masks will fall from the... Wait, what, not here? Oh, please direct your attention to the front of the stage as the event is about to begin.
Screen 2 is not supposed to be like this. That's good, thank you.
Is Evan in the building? Is Evan here? Evan is supposed to be up here right now. Apologies. Evan, has anyone seen Evan? He's supposed to be up here with me. But what the heck? What, excuse me, sir?
What the? Oh. Okay.
Who are
so
you?
Is it this way? Is it that way? Oh.
Hi.
I'm sorry.
Can I help you?
Yeah, I'm looking for the baseball stadium.
Baseball stadium?
Yeah, there was, I play for the Oakville Z's, you know, the major baseball league team, the Oakville Z's, and I guess they're building us a new baseball stadium here. I'm just trying to find it.
Well, it's not here yet.
Oh.
There's some construction going on, but there's no baseball stadium yet.
No, that can't be right, because there was this big Flightsim convention that was going to happen at the Tropicana, but they had to cancel it because they're building a baseball stadium.
Well, that's kind of true, although we did get thrown a bit of a curveball. But yeah, there's no stadium yet. They're still in construction. In fact, the Tropicana still stands, kind of, at the moment. So, but we got to move to the Rio, which is where we are now. So what are you doing here?
Oh, yeah, wow, I just noticed all these people. Sorry, I'm not used to seeing people in the stands at our home games.
Too soon? So yeah, this is Flightsim Expo.
Oh, well, what's Flightsim Expo?
Well, Flightsim Expo is a conference for like-minded people to learn and glean information about flight simulation and all of the things that go along with it.
Huh, well, like, what all can people do here?
Well, we've got exhibitors.
Oh, and speakers?
And we've got content creators.
Sponsors?
We've got Banquet.
We've got Discord and new friends?
Gormfield.
Product announcements?
We have hardware on display.
And, well, all of you guys.
On behalf of the Flight Simulator Association, welcome to Flightsim Expo 2024 Las Vegas!
Hey there friends, Rob from Slain Alpha Adventures here, heading over to Flightsim Expo 2024. Who's coming along?
We'll help guide you there. Thunderbirds check. Lights with Joel on the way. Meet you guys up there. Is that a horse?
Redmond 1, Seattle ground, runway 34 right, taxi via Bravo.
Start 1 ready now. Canopy sound ready now. Burners now. Let's go pick up our friends from the Microsoft community team. Rob, join it up.
I'm right on your 6, boss.
We're on approach, Jane. Blues detach. Smoke on ready now. All set, now ready now.
Redmond 1, Seattle Tower, runway 34 right, clear for takeoff.
All right, community crew, here we go. Jane, CD, and Chewie are formed up. Murph, do you copy? We're coming in hot.
What the? Look at the state of this. This is a very fast plane. You have a Murph in your 6, but I'm catching up.
Mustafa, on your right.
Nick Flight X is with you.
Woohoo!
Actual gull on your left.
1B is with you.
Thunderbirds, nose coming up.
Cornfield, no! Stall.
We're gonna go get some fuel. See you at the expo. Right turn. Mexico 1-1. Thunderbird 1, flight of 6 F-16, ready to join it up. Thunderbird, smoke gone, ready now.
Thunderbird 1 flight cleared through the Las Vegas class Bravo airspace via the Flightsim Expo route.
We're getting close to Las Vegas. Thanks for the gas. Right turn. On behalf of the Flight Simulator Thunderbirds, I want to welcome you to fabulous Las Vegas for Flightsim Expo 2024. Stand by for the burst with the blue out. Stand by, blue out, ready now.
Well, welcome everyone to Flightsim Expo 2024 and FS Expo Friday. I am so excited to be up here back on the stage at what is going to be yet again the biggest Flightsim Expo we have ever had. Woo! A big thank you to the Flight Simulator Thunderbirds for that awesome welcome video to get us all hyped up and ready for what's going to be a super exciting day. More than 15 different developers taking the stage to do 10 and 15, 20-minute presentations, some videos, and of course, some surprises along the way. But before we get into all that, I want to take you back a little bit. Take you back to January 29th, 2024. Now, for those of you who've been following our show since the beginning, you registered back in December. Thank you for that, by the way. You might remember that this event was supposed to be held at a different hotel. And you might remember January 29th. I certainly do. I was in Philly. I was on a work trip. I had just sat down to lunch, and I see this message from Eric come across the screen. And it says, do we know if there's going to be a change in venue? Because there's this memo from the Tropicana saying that they might be closing on April 1st. So first things first, I finished my sandwich. And then I said, okay, let's start looking at what we can find. And I'm Googling, and nothing's really popping up. But as the day continues to go on, I keep seeing all these messages coming across Discord. Folks are starting to see things. And this is kind of an issue for me, because as you guys know, I don't necessarily do this full time. And so I'm seeing all these messages. People are calling me. I can't answer the phone. It's like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen when I get home? So I finally get home. It's like 10 o'clock on the East Coast. I'm afraid to look at Discord. I'm like, people are going to be canceling, they're going to be panicking, what's going to happen? And I turn on Discord, and it's like, oh, that's interesting. Guess we'll have to find a new venue. Nobody's panicking, nobody's shocked. It was just like the calmest reaction ever. And that was such a cool thing for me and Phil to see. Like, here we are without any ability to communicate with you guys, massive change, and everyone's like, yeah, whatever, we'll make it work. So later that night, we posted the official announcement. We did get the phone call from the Tropicana. Yes, it was happening. Yes, the venue was closing. We made that post, and instantly, the reaction from you guys was like so supportive, so phenomenal. And that really helped push us through the next several days, what was going to be just a rapid-fire series of things. We started getting all these messages, people saying, hey, you know, you could look at this venue, you could look at that venue. And this is going to be tough because I can't really see, but is there a David Ballard out there somewhere? You're going to have to really wave. Right there. So David He posts this thing that he sees on a freaking Las Vegas bulletin board going, hey, the Rio's looking for guests if you guys want to reach out to them. And he sends me an email. So I emailed him. And like 24 hours later, we have the draft of the contract that I signed to get us here. I mean, how cool is that? Right, so this just goes to show you exactly how community-driven this show is. And then David just one of many people reaching out with all these suggestions, all these great ideas. So 11 days later, we post this survey. We say, hey, we got a few options. Here's what we were able to figure out. Let us know what you think. Do you want to go to the Rio? Should we look at a couple other options, or should we wait? And you guys gave us a very, very clear mandate. You said, yes, this is the place we want to go. Let's not wait. Let's get the show on the road. Let's sign the contract and move on. And that's what we did. And then 25 days later, after that very first announcement, we were able to confirm that Flightsim Expo 2024 would be right here in Las Vegas on the original dates, just as we planned. And that is all thanks to you guys. So let's give ourselves a big round of applause for that. And that brings us to where we are today. This is FS Expo Friday, June 21st at the Rio in Las Vegas. At the bottom of the hour, we're going to start with a series of new product reveals from developers big and small. Following that is our attendee welcome reception happening right across the way. Free drinks, free appetizers, sponsored by AnyBuilds. That's what's going on today. I'm going to ask all of you to please let the exhibitors set up in the exhibit hall they have today for that purpose. You all get access to the exhibit hall starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So on Saturday and Sunday, you have exhibits in the exhibit hall. You have seminars right here on this stage. There's the FS Elite stage located in the exhibit hall, workshops, and a whole lot more. And we'll be talking all about that. That all goes from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Saturday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Sunday. So that's a big picture view of what's happening this weekend. Let me give you a couple of important reminders. First of all, restrooms located either immediately to the back of the room out those doors, or there's a second set of restrooms to your left. Feel free to get up and use those whenever. We do have 2 scheduled breaks this afternoon, but by all means, whenever you feel comfortable, or I guess uncomfortable, feel free. Just respect your neighbors as you do that, please. There are also water stations located throughout the perimeter of this room and through all of our event space. Definitely important to stay hydrated. So those are for you. Please feel free to use them. And in terms of emergency exits, the doors that'll be off to your right, those go through a quick service corridor and to the outside. Alternatively, you can go straight out the back and then head that direction to get outside. There is free attendee Wi-Fi in the space. You can connect to the Rio guest Wi-Fi network. No need for a password. I am sure that on all 2,000 of you try to connect to that, the speed is going to be phenomenal. So perhaps if you have cell data, consider using that. But for those of us from overseas, if you have trouble connecting on your cell data, the Wi-Fi is there. It is for you. It'll work throughout the entire meeting space. Now, those of you watching online, for us, you can watch on our website, our YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/FlightSimExpo. You may also be watching with some of our partners, FS Elite, Flights with Joel, Mustafa, and plenty more. Everything that you're going to see today is free for the entire community online. Starting tomorrow, all of the Brasilia Room seminars on this stage are available to our online-only event. So for those of you who are watching online, you haven't had to come to Vegas, you haven't had to pay the hotel, you haven't had to travel. If you want to support this show, we have a really easy $15 payment you can make to get access to every single seminar on this stage, live or recorded. And if you'd like, you can also become an FSA captain, help us out a bit more. For those of you in the room, you get access as well to those live streams and recordings. So if you find that you can't be in 3 places at once, which is what this show kind of requires, then you do have access to watch everything right here in this room back after the show's over. There's also free parking available at the Rio. That's 24/7, whether you're staying overnight or you're a guest. No special anything required, just park and come on in. Closest parking lot is the convention center lot. That's located kind of just out that way. So you can park, walk straight in, and you're already here. So we have a lot going on this weekend. Let's talk about what's happening on Saturday and Sunday. Like I said, starting things off is the exhibits. I think that's probably what most of you are here for. We have more than 70 booths that will be available starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Now, if you're already here, you already have your badge, there will be no lineup tomorrow morning for you to wait in. You can walk straight into the exhibit hall. So please help us out. Don't come too early. We won't let you in. The exhibitors need their time to be ready. 9 a.m. is when the exhibit hall will open tomorrow. It's open until 5 p.m. Everything in the exhibit hall is available to you as a Flight Sim Expo attendee. There were a couple things that were pre-registration, but you can still walk up and still get access to those. So literally everything in that exhibit hall is available to you all day, Saturday and Sunday. That includes our Virtual Reality Experience Center, sponsored by MSI Computers and SimFab, and again, a whole bunch of other things happening all throughout the course of the weekend. Also in the exhibit hall is our FS Elite stage. This year we have 2 different stages. We have this one in the Brasilia room, which is our community-inspired seminars. Those were voted on by you. Seminars happening here all day, Saturday and Sunday. But then in addition to that, we've got developer Q&As, live demos, and stuff happening in the exhibit hall. That is right in the middle of the action, so you'll be able to enjoy those all weekend long as well. I'll talk about where you can find the schedule here in just a couple minutes. Also our on-site workshops, so the home cockpit building workshops and the X-Plane workshops, those are all available. They are in rooms kind of around the corner, so you've got to go out these doors and then turn left to the Conga and Lambada rooms. Those were also pre-registration. However, there is some walk-in availability for the X-Plane workshops. Signs outside those doors will tell you what time those sessions are starting and ending. Feel free to step into any of those if you'd like to over the course of the weekend. And last but not least, there's a lot going on here at the Rio. So when the show's over, we have discounts available to all Flight Sim Expo attendees. You might want to take a quick picture of this slide. It has the codes on it. So Penn and Teller, the magic show, very family friendly. That is, I think, 30 or 40% off. And then there's Comedy Cellar, 2 shows of that per night. As a Flight Sim Expo attendee, you save 30% or 40% on those with the codes that are up on the screen. You just walk up and buy your tickets if you haven't bought them online. So great things to do at the end of the show. And there are 2 other events, 2 other nightly shows here, WOW and Chippendales, that are also happening, I think, every single night. So again, lots going on. If you're trying to figure out how the heck you make sense of all this stuff, one of the really exciting things this year, we got this piece of feedback last year. People really wanted the schedule on their smartphones, so we've done that. You can go to flightsimexpo.com/onsite or scan that QR code. You'll get access to see every single seminar happening both here and on the FS Elite stage throughout the weekend. So that's a really easy way to see what all is happening at the show. There's also a printed event guide with a map and a schedule. We're going to be handing those out tomorrow morning as you walk into the exhibit hall. Also, my favorite subject, of course, is always food. Especially because I haven't eaten today. Oh, whoops. Anyway, with respect to food, variety of hot and cold food and drink options available for purchase from the concession stand. That'll be open on Saturday and Sunday. So there's lots on property. There's more than 15 on-property restaurants, but the concession stand is right here, and the restaurants are way over there. So if you do want to do that, it's $4 to $16, the range of options, including taxes and service charges. You can room charge that, credit card, cash. It'll be available in the exhibit hall all day on Saturday and Sunday. Friendly reminder as well, if you booked through our link on our website here at the Rio, you do get a $25 F&B credit automatically added to your room, so you can use that for the concession stand or at any of those other restaurants. Just a reminder, like, they don't do that for other groups, they do that for us. So front desk staff won't know, the restaurants won't know that. That's just a thing that happens in the back end. Do check your bills. This is a difficult thing for a lot of hotels to get right because they're doing it just for us. If you see something that doesn't look right, let us know after the show and we'll help work on that. I want to take a moment to acknowledge our sponsors, starting with our Diamond Plus sponsors, Orbix, Navigraph, and PMDG. I know we see a lot of logos, we see a lot of sponsor stuff, but for shows like this and FS Weekend, these sponsors literally make the show possible. Like this stage, this amount of equipment, this is because of folks like these and our Diamond sponsors as well. We have our biggest field of sponsors and exhibitors in history at this year's show, and that really does make the event practical. So we super appreciate their support. There's also a lot of stuff that we add to the show because of sponsorship. So if you'd asked me a week ago or 2 weeks ago, hey, is there going to be free coffee? I would have said, no, you've got to go buy it from the Starbucks. Thanks to On Air Company, there will be. So because of their sponsorship, both tomorrow and Sunday between 8:30 and 9:30 a.m., there's free coffee and tea, unlimited for all of you. Make it a little bit easier for you to get your morning started, not have to wait in the lineup at Starbucks. It won't be a fancy coffee. Yeah, thank you. Let's do that. I agree. It won't be a fancy coffee, but you know what? It'll be something. And you can thank my fiance for getting me hooked on coffee because that's why we do this now. Another great sponsorship was from Feel There, and I just want to highlight how you don't have to be a huge flight sim developer or a small flight sim developer. Anyone can support this show. So Feel There makes scenery, and they make an air traffic control simulator, and they reached out and they're like, hey, it's kind of late, but what can we do? We want to help. I said, well, hey, we've got like 150 people doing these ATC tours, which, by the way, is the most number of tours the FAA has ever done at Las Vegas Airport. They're doing that for us. And Feel There's like, well, hey, can we help cover the cost of the transportation? And so thanks to them, instead of paying $20, you pay $10, right? So every little bit helps, and we put that right back into the show, trying to give you guys the best possible experience. And Feel There is also helping to support our FS Elite stage, which will be happening again in the exhibit hall. All kinds of different developer announcements and live demos. The schedule for that is, of course, on our website and in that new friendly mobile hub that I linked you to there earlier. Everyone's favorite is iCloth, always, those fancy wipes. Who remembers iCloth from last year? Yeah. Great screen cleaning wipes. I know, right? Yeah. I was just talking to the volunteers, and they're like, hey, is iCloth going to be like sponsoring again because I'm running out of wipes? And I'm like, guys, you can buy them. Like, you have to keep buying them or they're not going to keep coming back. But I guess people are, because they do keep coming back. So tomorrow, alongside many, many other giveaway items, you'll be getting some iCloth wipes as you walk into the exhibit hall. And last but not least, talking about support, of course, is our amazing Flightsim Expo ground crew. These guys, sorry, I always get choked up when I talk about this, but it's so cool. They're just friends of mine. It shows you what a terrible friend I am, because I make them come here, I make them pay, and then I put them to work. Gosh, I'm brutal. But they really do. They pay their own way. They pay their own travel. Then they basically set aside like 5 to 10 hours during the actual show to help you guys move T-shirts around, do whatever needs to be done on a moment's notice. So thanks, guys. There are apparently something like 17,000 years of flight sim experience in this room. Now, who here has been flight simming since like the 1980s, Sublogic days, hands up? Right? Yeah, that's good stuff. Apparently, one of you has been flight simming since 1883. So congratulations on your longevity and your inability to fill out a form. For everybody else, though, I bring this up because, look, there's a lot of people who know a lot about flight sim here, and there's a lot of new people. And the whole point of this show is to bring that together and get folks who are new to this hobby involved and engaged with it, make it an easy place for them to get started while we can, the rest of us, celebrate this hobby we love. So there's about a quarter of you, maybe not as much in this room, but definitely starting tomorrow, who are brand new to flight sim. That means there's probably more than 500 or 600 people who are going to pick up this hobby because of this show. And for those of you who are new, who's new? Anyone in this room kind of new to flight sim? Nice. Well, welcome. Here's a couple things for you. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause. I like that. So about a quarter of you are brand new to flight sim, and here's a couple of seminars that are going to be super helpful for you. The other thing that we love to do for new simmers is our show floor tours. So put on by, again, some of our amazing volunteers. At 12 o'clock on both Saturday and Sunday, you can meet by the registration desk, and a volunteer is going to walk you through the show floor, explain some of the exhibitors who are super helpful for those brand new to the sim. It's totally free, no sign-up required. Just head out to registration at noon. Same tour both days. You can do both, you can do one, but that's a great way to kind of get a lay of the land here at Flightsim Expo. I always put this slide up, North America's community-driven flight simulation convention. I actually changed the word conference to convention, so it's a new slide. And I put this here just to kind of call back what I talked about when we were dealing with the whole venue thing. You know, we talk to developers sometimes, and there's going to be some on this stage who've never been in a room of flight simmers. They don't know what to expect. Sometimes I'm talking to developers, and they're kind of hesitant, and I'm like, is it the money? Is it the travel? And they're like, no, I just don't know what it's going to be like. Like, are people going to be mean to me? You know, what's the reaction going to be when I say something? And I say to them, this show is so positive. People here are so friendly, so happy, so passionate. And so please keep that going throughout the course of this weekend. Make every developer walk away feeling like there's that special magic to this show and to this hobby, because that's why they're here. And of course, that's why you're here as well. So with that in mind, it's about time to kick off FS Expo Friday. Now, those of you who were here last year, you may remember that I was kind of helping to run FS Expo Friday, but I also had a helper. The helper was Mustafa, and I thought he did such a great job that I fired myself. I'm making him do it all, And the good news for you is you don't have to hear my voice again until the end of the day. So with that in mind, I'd like to welcome back to the stage my friend Mustafa.
Good to see you again. I haven't seen you in like...
I know. I feel like I haven't seen you in a year. Yeah. It's been great. And of course, the illustrious, the one and the only, Gormfield.
Only about a small fraction you understand what the joke is here, but you'll get it throughout the week, don't worry.
I've already had, I don't know if I should say the name, but there was one somewhat high-profile flight sim platform developer who would like Gormfield, so you might have to think about that.
We'll talk.
Yes, that's what I said too. And I'm going to welcome as well on the stage a couple of other friends. We've got 3 seats there on the table, so let's please welcome to the stage Factual Gull and Overkill Simulations.
Put the cat down.
Oh, hello. Very nice. So,
thank you.
3 of our wonderful media partners up here who are also flight simmers, also content creators, they will be seeing this content just like you for the very first time today. And they will be here hanging out with you, reacting live, sharing their thoughts, their comments, and their feedback as we go through the presentations in rapid fire format. We're going to have one right after the other, 2 quick breaks, and it is going to be go, go, go all afternoon. But of course, it wouldn't be FS Expo Friday unless we had at least a couple of surprises, right? So I have one to kick things off. Let's have a look at this.
Hi, I'm Alana. At 2:30 p.m. on Sunday, we'll be announcing the date and location for Flightsim Expo 2025. Be in the Brasilia room or watch online at that time to find out where next year's show is going to be.
Who could she be? And where is she? Those are the only hints I'm giving. We have been doing this show for 5 years now, and one goal of mine over the last 5 years has been to buy different shorts. I have not done that. These are the same shorts I wear every year. But one other goal has been to announce where next year's going to be at this year's show. So this year, we've signed our contracts, we've got everything in place. We will be announcing where Flightsim Expo 2025 is going to be held right here on this stage at 2:30 on Sunday. You have to be here or watching us online to find that out. You're welcome to try and pry it out of me. I love hearing your guesses. Feel free to share where you think it's going to be, but I'm giving away no spoilers, or I probably will not make it out of the show alive because Phil will kill me.
Gormfield thinks he knows.
He does he?
He does.
No, he's wrong.
Oh.
No, sorry.
Stupid cat.
Anyway, like I said, time for FS Expo Friday, time to kick things off. I'd like to welcome to the stage our first presenter from Bluebird Simulations. That would be Shervin. So Shervin, would you come up on the stage, please, and join me here. Hopefully he's here. I saw him.
They're walking the wrong way.
Is he really?
They were getting the mic.
No, you got to come this way. There you go. That's good. We figured it out. Very good. So we'll say hi. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Why don't you come over here? I'm going to hand things off to Moose and the panel who will be taking you through this afternoon's series of presentations. So Moose, over to you.
Alrighty. Do you guys need any time to set up? Or
just give us about 1 minute.
Just a minute? Okay.
Yeah.
So while they're setting up, guys, let me just introduce myself and my panel here. Most of you apparently know me already from the Cheers, so I assume. But my name is Mustafa. I'm a streamer on Twitch. I'm not just some Joe Schmo that Evan found in the gutters in Vegas. I've been coming to this show since its inception in Las Vegas in 2018. 2018. So it's a great time. To my left here is Factual Gull.
I'm just some lady.
She's just somebody, apparently.
Yeah.
So, and then finally, Overkill Simulations right here. You may have seen his tutorials and other streams on YouTube primarily, correct? Yes. Yes. And Factual Gull also streams on Twitch, right?
I do.
Twitch,
yeah.
yes. So we're just going to be providing some commentary, live reactions of what's going on here. So no pressure to Bluebird, but if they don't do a good job, it's like a roast. This is Vegas. Yep. So, but just let me know, guys, when you're ready, and then we'll cut over to that.
They're gambling up here?
Oh, maybe a little bit. Yeah, a little bit of gambling. How many people have already done some gambling while they're here? Okay, I see a few hands. All right. Better question, how many people have won anything? Oh, okay. All right. I get a cut, so just know. All right, we ready? All right, Bluebird, take it away.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate everybody's support. Thank you, Evan. Thank you, Phil. I can only imagine how much work it takes to organize this. I was stressed out just getting the presentation together. I was staying up late and walked into the room. My wife was sleeping. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning, and I tripped over the bed and woke her up, getting this thing ready. So I really appreciate all of the things that you guys have done. I hope the presentation. I really hope will keep you guys entertained. We have a lot of stuff to cover, so I'm going to, get through this really quickly, but I am curious, how many here have heard about us? How many know who we are? Woohoo! All right, good. All right. So I'm going to just do a quick just introduction. So I started Bluebird back in September 2020 during the pandemic, had nothing better to do, right? So called a couple of friends. Originally it was 4 of us, and it's grown now to over a dozen people, and we're from all over the world, and all of us share, I have Human here, he's one of our amazing system programmers here, and we all share a passion for flight simulator, for development, for aviation, and really the products that we're going to bring to the market really will show that passion. Every plane that we make, we put a lot of love and work into it to make it truly one of the best planes that you can get for flight simulator. And again, with our first project that we announced in 2021, or that we started in 2021, was the 757. We actually announced it in February of 2022. Now you might wonder what we were doing between September and June. We were actually working on a different project that we ended up canceling, thank goodness, for the 7.5. I think it turned out to be a huge blessing for us. But again, one of our things for us is accuracy and immersion in every product that we do. So I'm going to show, let's see, hopefully this comes up. I want to show the 757 trailer that we created. One of the hardest things for me making these videos is the music. It's like spending hours going through all of this. So I hope you guys enjoy this. Let me see if it works. Thank you, guys. Thank you. That video took us a long time to make. But I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. So let's go over some of the key highlights with the 757. For us, the goal is to make this the most accurate and immersive 757 ever created for flight sim. And again, we're putting a lot of hours and a lot of time. We work 7 days a week. We don't know weekends. We just keep working. When we started, for those of you that might not be aware, it was 10 months ago, we did a restructure. We brought on new programmers, very talented system developers. I've been flight simming off and on for 30 years, and I've been doing development for over 20 off and on. And I'll tell you, like, the team that we have is one of the most talented, and I'm very privileged and lucky to be working with such talented people. When we did the restructure, we worked on the electrical system, the avionics, and the flight management system. So with the electrical system, we simulate 20 electrical buses, and I love to say circuit breakers. I know pilots don't use circuit breakers, but when we were doing this thing, from building it up from scratch, it made sense to add the circuit breakers. So it's a very complex electrical system. Dare I say, one of the most complex in the flight simulator. We have accurate flight dynamics tested by real 757 pilots. We have over a dozen 757 pilots. I think one of them was supposed to be here today, flying from Seattle. I don't know if he made it. I don't know if Glenn, are you here? There he is. All right. Awesome, awesome. Thank you, Glenn, for coming. Yeah, we have, we're going to have a lot of pilots testing the flight dynamics to make sure that it's as accurate as possible. Custom sounds, of course, Boris has been doing a great job. I personally have recorded sounds. Boris has recorded sounds. The pilots that we have recorded sounds. We have a huge sound repository on the 757 and 767 as well. So we want to really make sure that that immersion with the sounds is there. The night lighting, so that we spent a lot of hours on the night lighting. You got to see some of it in the screenshots. With the exterior exterior night lighting, and also the interior, you got to see some previews, but we're still working on that. There's going to be over 25 dimmer switches in the flight deck alone that you can play around with, and we're just making sure that all the light, the ambiance is correct. So now this is kind of a broad statement. Fully simulated aircraft system. Every system that we touch, we want to make sure is as accurate and fully simulated as possible. We did a demonstration a while back in one of our videos of the air conditioning system, for example, that takes into account if the flight deck door or windows are open, or if the passenger doors are open, that affects how the rate of air is transferred between the different temperature zones. So you're going to see it, either heating up or cooling down quickly. Also, the outside air temperature will be affected. If the window shades are up or down, that affects the temperature inside the cabin. And then, so again, every system that we touch, we're going to make sure that we really simulate it to a high degree. And the last thing I want to mention is the terrain map. We did a preview of this a while back, I think in our January video. So we have a really accurate terrain map that you'll be able to use. And then one of the items, or I guess the systems that I want to focus on, is the flight management system. As a pilot, this is going to be the system that you're going to interact with the most. One of the highlights here is that we decided that we need to do a fully custom autopilot from the ground up in order to make the plane behave the way that we want it to. So late last year we started the coding for that, and we've made a lot of progress on it. But there's going to be 3 flight control computers independently working on their own circuit. And we're also very mindful of performance and making sure that it performs very well no matter what your computer is. We have our own custom debugging tool that we use to make sure that no system is taking up too many frames. And I won't read through all of this, you guys can see it, but a lot of people ask me about LNAV and VNAV. Yeah, we're going to have a full simulation of that. We're not cutting any corners on any of that. And basically, to sum it up, it's going to be a one-to-one representation of the real flight management system on the 757. Let's go to the next slide. This is just a screenshot. Again, this is showing another departure here. I forget what the airport is, but you fly basically to 400 feet, make a left turn to a flyover waypoint, and then it does the turn to the next waypoint. You can see the curved courses. The next thing I want to mention is the flight deck. Now, for the longest time, I was calling this the V5 flight deck. I got a little bit of flack for calling it the version 5 flight deck, so I'm just going to say it's an immersive flight deck. We've done several iterations, really perfecting our technique on making sure the textures and everything are as accurate as possible. So we have thousands of pictures of the flight deck, hundreds of real-world measurements that we took ourselves. of the flight deck. One of our pilots took a bunch of color samples using a color scanner to make sure that the colors are accurate. 3D scans. The yoke that you see here is accurate to 1 millimeter, so it's a high-touch item. You see it in front of you. We want to make sure it's as accurate as possible. So these are the kind of things that we did. And then we're going to have the option of 2K, 4K, or hybrid textures, depending on your computer. And you can go switch back and forth between them. You don't have to just pick one and stick with it. You can try it out and see which ones work best for you. But again, you can see some of the screenshots here. I used a vernier caliper on, I have, whether it was in the flight deck or I have some parts. To the dismay of my wife, I bought a bunch of cockpit parts and brought them. She was like, "What are these boxes here?" So I used them to do measurements to make sure that we get it as accurate as possible. Now I'm going to give you guys a little update on the 767. Now, keep in mind, the star of the show is the 75. 90% of the team's focus is on the 757. I know because when we announced the 767, it was January of 2023, there were some people that said, why are you guys working on it? We know what we're doing, guys. Don't worry. The 75, it's in good hands. But we also have a separate team working on the 767, kind of, slowly on the back burner, bringing that up until when it's ready. And then we'll start fully developing it. It'll be next year when we get into full development of the 7.6. Now, with the 7.6, we have a ton of data. I mean, I personally took about 9,000 pictures of the 767. My fingers were hurting. We have 3D scans, sounds, documentation, everything you can imagine to really make this a truly immersive plane. The initial release, we get a lot of questions, will be the 767-300ER with the Pratt & Whitney and the General Electric CF6 engines. That's going to be our main focus for the initial release of the 767. The RB211s will come later as a free update. And we will have like a paid expansion pack for the 200 and 300 cargo, again, later down the line after the 767 is released. And again, accurate flight dynamics tested by real pilots. No-brainer there. And then, of course, again, our goal is to make this the most accurate 767 ever created for flight sim. For those of you that remember the Level D 767, that was one of my favorite planes. I loved that plane. I would fly it all the time. I mean, this is going to fill that void for you guys, I promise. Later on this year, we plan to show textured previews of the 767. Now, we'll show just a quick video, 1-minute video, just showing some screenshots of the 767, just to show kind of where we're at right now and with the level of detail we're putting into it. But keep in mind, none of this is textured. This is all within the source program called Blender. It's not in the sim or anything yet. Thank you, guys. Thank you. And I think I'm doing a lot better on time here. So I want to go back real quick to the 7.5 and also give a quick shout out to MK Studios. Thank you for lending us your Keflavik scenery. It was amazing. We had a lot of fun taking different videos with it. So thank you, guys. I don't know if you guys are in here, but thank you. So now, guys, let's see if this cooperates. All right. We're going back and forth a little bit on this, whether we wanted to announce this or not. It's no release date, so don't get too excited, guys. No release date. So back in November, we got a separate team together and to kind of work on a project. Now, again, I want to emphasize this doesn't affect the 7.5 or 7.6 in any way. But we were also, our initial plan was not to even talk about this until after the 757 is released. But here we are in Vegas, okay? I'm going to take a gamble here. And we're going to show you, we're going to give you a little peek beyond the 767. Now, I want to ask, do you guys want to see it? Yeah. Okay, all right, okay. We'll show it, okay? And look, if it doesn't go the way that we want it, I'll take the blame for it. I'll take full blame, okay? So here we go. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I'm glad we got that reaction. I really did, because some of the team was like, "We're going to get some boos." I'm like, "Nah, I don't know. We'll see." But no, we had a lot of people ask us, "Are we going to do a 787?" And I'm like, you know, at first, this was like last year, so I wasn't really committed to it. But I think we have a lot of documentation on this. I can't talk about it, but we have a lot of resources on this plane. So any plane that we do, we want to make sure that we have the correct amount of resources to accurately simulate it. So this is going to be really good, but I'm not going to lie to you, it's going to take a little bit, guys. So we still have, you know, the 7.5 to work on, and then the 7.6, and then this is on the back burner, but it'll be there from when we're all ready to get the whole team on there to work our magic on it. But I'm glad you guys, you know, like the previews. That's all I have. I have 2 minutes left, but really I want to again say thank you so much to the community. You guys have embraced us. I know that, you know, it's been 3 years that we've started working on the 7.5, and now I'm ad-libbing here, guys. So I'll just say, look, it's been an amazing journey. A part of that was just kind of discovering the new sim platform, figuring out how things work. I do want to, thank the Asobo team. They have their Answer Hub forums. We would go there and ask questions, but there's only so much that they can answer. So a lot of the stuff we had to figure out on our own. But I'm very confident that as the team has grown, when Bluebird started with just 4 people to now over a dozen, and that doesn't even include well over a dozen pilots, mechanics, engineers, enthusiasts that have been helping us along the way. We're very confident that with the 757, the star of the show right now, it's going to blow your minds, and the 767 is just going to be fantastic, and of course now with the 787. We're really excited for what's to come. We are here for the long haul, guys. I want to make sure I emphasize this. We are here for the long term. We're not going anywhere, so we're really excited. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you to the team at Bluebird. That is one of the things we really wanted to make this show about, and they've kicked it off really well in the beginning here with making it all about not only just showing you kind of what they're working on, but some big surprise reveals. We really want this to be the place where you make your big announcements and say, hey, look what we're doing. So great update on the 57 and the 67, and then the surprise with the 787 is awesome. And he had me at level D. When he said he's all about that, that's what I'm looking for. I'm study levels, so I'm excited. What about you guys?
I am super excited. I am so glad that the label 787 came out at the end, because I was just like, it's a plane. So admittedly, I need the help with the airliners,
Yes.
but I do watch a lot of YouTube and Twitch channels, as you both know, of people who fly airliners and not the smaller planes like me. And so I really just appreciate that attention to detail, even things like just the measurements in the cockpit, the lights, the sounds, all of those pieces. Admittedly, I'll likely be appreciating this as a viewer for the next little while before I jump into it.
We'll get you into the airliners.
But I also appreciate, yeah, thank you. I would really love that. And also, this is a team that builds aircraft from the ground up. They're not building the plane as they fly.
Yeah.
As it flies.
No, that's true. That's
from
true.
the ground up. Yeah.
Always smart.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts there, Overkill?
Well, I'm absolutely just blown away by all of the progress in Bluebird Simulations, but I gotta ask, 57 or 67? 57 hands.
Hands up, 57.
Hands up, 57.
We've got a 57. Do we have a 67? Do we have a 67?
All right, hands down, 67. Hands up, 67. All right, looks.
I was going to say the 57.
787.
I'm waiting for what?
All right, 787. That was a.
Oh, you got to bring up the big queen. It is, all right. I was trying to keep it to what's coming soon.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
But no, I'm absolutely blown away. And then when I saw the sharklets on the engine there, like that was a giveaway. That was the 87. It's like, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
So
awesome.
It's gonna be good times.
It is going to be a good time. So thank you, Bluebird. Looking forward to what you're bringing out. Next up, we have, is it Fabian? Yeah. Yes, from Flightsim.com, and they're a first-time exhibitor featuring one of the new force feedback yokes that's available. They're going to be available to check out at booth 307 in the exhibit hall starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow. But go ahead and let's hear from you.
So hello and good afternoon, everyone. I hail from Singapore. Anyone has been there before, Singapore? Yeah. We are number one for everything, including cost of living. Why should you care? Because if you want to come to Singapore and do flying, it's going to be, write it down, $650 per hour wet. I think at that price, you are better off buying my force feedback yoke. Similarly priced. Sorry, not pitching. Yeah, that's kidding. So, my name is Fabian. Allow me to introduce myself since I'm really new to this community. My previous background was a management consultant. Today, I run a flight school, which is simulator-based only. I own the Redbird MCX, and what we do is that we train students in Singapore, as you know, because it's so expensive to learn to fly in Singapore. 15 hours in the sim. We fly them to the US, and they earn their PPL, private pilot license, in 30 days or less. So if you think about simulation, I can assure you I've been doing it for 7 years. Most of my students get their private pilot license in 30 days or less. My fastest beat my record. Well, mine was 19 days. His was 16 days, 0 to 40 hours. So don't mess with simulators. This stuff works. Another evidence of simulation working is not to boast that I aced my private pilot in 19 days, instrument in 10, multi-engine in 5, and Eclipse rating, single pilot in 14 days, all thanks to simulation. Here's evidence of myself with my jet, and no, this was not taken in an air show. Here's me again, and the reason why I'm here is the reason why all of us are here. The joy of flight. Some of us are more fortunate. I've had the good pleasure of flying all over the world in my little private jet. And by the way, the acquisition of the Eclipse was my single worst financial decision in my entire life. Stick to simulators. Seriously. That's how you go from millionaire to broke. But, I mean, how do I tell you the feeling when you're in the front of the cockpit, landing in Iceland, Greenland? I mean, places that you will probably never see except in Microsoft Flight Simulator, isn't it? Now, I'm not sure whether you heard what I said. This is Greenland, Iceland. What do you realize? Greenland has no ice and Iceland is not green. You will never know this. Evidence that I really flew there. This is Nassau in Greenland. Probably not your choice destination, even as a simmer. So life has been good, pretty awesome. Allow me to introduce my company, Flightsim.com. We are based in Singapore, and Singapore is not part of China, just to be clear. So what we want to do is to revolutionize flight simulations as a whole, and our major segments are serious flight sim enthusiasts, which all of you count. I mean, you traveled, I don't know where you came from, right, for a freaking game. I mean, you guys are nerds. You deserve an award, all of you. You guys too, you know. I've never seen a community take gaming so seriously. I mean, what do you do when you crash? Do you cry? No idea. Yeah. Well, that's correct. Maybe you restart because it's a Windows computer, remember? It's not guaranteed. Restarts are not guaranteed on Windows. Sorry, Bill Gates. So our goal is to build quality hardware. So forgive me if I say that our yokes are affordable. You know, my reviewers get blasted when you use the word affordable. Affordable is relative. But let me tell you this. How I defend my affordability is very simple. My force feedback yokes are cheaper than your iPhone 15. Okay? So please, don't give Apple your cash. Give us your money because you get a lot more utility. Talking about products, we first introduced the CLS 60 and the CLS 120 just last month, in fact, on Indiegogo and our website. I just want to share with you some facts that you may not be aware of. Number one, it's modeled after the 172. And since you guys are geeks, I'm going to give you geeky data. It's full-size 172 yoke design, 60 newtons maximum pitch force, which coincides with the pitch force of a 172. We have 4 Newton meters of maximum roll force. It's like a part-time gym if you use my yoke. You don't have to go to the gym. You can cancel your membership. The shaft length is 165, true to the original 172. But there's more. We built it to be modular in design. For example, the motor can be upgraded from 60 newtons to 120 newtons without buying a new yoke. The yoke handle can be replaced if you break it or if you want to upgrade. In fact, I'm going to show you our newly released 737 yoke. And we also built flight consoles for those of you who find home cockpit building too difficult. All our products are backed by a 1-year guarantee. And the pricing is affordable. Okay, just sell away your iPhone 15, we're all good. The next line of product is our FC100 flight console, which works pretty much, did I skip something? Yeah, okay, sorry. The FC50 is designed for single engine simulation and our FC100 for twin engine simulation. Some quick facts, I just want to take a photo because I'm running out of time so quickly. It basically replaces your keyboard and mouse for most of the major functions whether single engine or twin. Of course, for the twin, we have dual throttle prop mixture. The throttle console is modular as well. You can swap it out and in, dual magnetos, alternators. We have, for the twin, the elevator rudder, aileron trims. And for simulation, we have the hops meter, so you can use this to log the time. Well, not officially, but to keep track of your time, and the freeze button to pause, unpause. 1-year warranty and affordable compared to buying a new aircraft. Now, I was warned to share new stuff, so you like new stuff, I'm going to share a few new stuff, starting with our G1000 console. Yeah, I know you've seen it before, but ours is different, right? So says me. What is the difference is our G1000 was designed out of a FTD level 5 simulator. So drop by our booth tomorrow if you want to feel the difference of the G1000. You have to feel it. You can't really see it in terms of the twist of the knobs and the buttons. Authentic buttons and knobs feel next to the actual Garmin. I cannot say it's affordably priced, it's competitively priced. You see, I'm an honest guy, come on. Available in fourth quarter 2024. Next is a Boeing style 737-800NG yoke handle. And this is a tribute to my extremely vibrant and opinionated Discord community. Thank you to all of you. Sorry for the abrupt cut of music. It was a free video editor. Because we have to keep our products affordable. So this is what it looks like, retrofitted on our CRS60 or CRS120, and it is available tomorrow. Come down to booth 307. Now, I need to warn you, this is premium price for the discerning flight simmer. I did warn you. In other news, we are joining the foray out there with force feedback stick base, yeah? But ours is a bit different. We model it after a project that involved the A320 side stick. Yes, I know it's not force feedback, but we are doing some work to, for example, simulate stall shaker effect on this, some secret projects. Anyway, this is not what you're going to get because you can't afford it. Neither can I. So we miniaturize, and we're going to modify it to be a little bit more consumer-friendly. That's one spec I can give you because this is important. It's going to be dual modal, like the rest of the boys. It's going to be 15 Newton-meter peak force. This is the only thing you need to worry about, apart from the price. It's competitively priced and available Q4 2024. Force feedback rudder, you knew what's going to come. Single motor, and the key figure here is it's going to be greater than 250 Newton peak force. Competitively priced. So start figuring out which body part you want to pawn because it'll be worth it. Seriously.
I'm guessing a foot would be a bad idea.
You will need that for the rudder. Please don't get rid of hands and legs. We need those things. Your eyes. Anything inside here, not so important. God gave us like redundancy in this area. And I thought I would do something nice since we are here and we came all the way from Singapore, is to leave one of our force feedback yokes in Las Vegas. I hope you don't mind. Yeah. I mean, since we already broke, then brokers. I'll need to create a new category for us, brokers after this. So take note of the URL. This is only for you guys. Please don't spread it around. I mean, you can spread it around. You'll benefit me, but not benefit you. You understand the math? Flightsim.com/Flightsim Expo. You will see a secret page. Put your name and email address. Please be sure not to have any typos, because if you have a typo, then you understand what's going to happen, right? I'll have to bring back the yoke back to Singapore and pay shipping, okay? So, yes, we're going to give away a lightly used, of course, what do you think, brand new? Come on. Lightly used CLS 60 force feedback yoke, $799 value. It'll be $999 on 1st July, by the way, because we are losing money for every unit of yoke that we sell. I'm not bullshitting you, I'm an honest guy, don't you know? Right? So yeah, we have to raise the price because we really lose money on $799. So those of you who get your hands on this yoke at $799, let's thank your lucky stars. This will be the first and the last time you ever have a force feedback yoke for under $1,000. I'm pretty sure of that. If it's above 1,000, it's in the wrong currency. You know what I'm saying? Okay. This is US dollars. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. It's been my great pleasure to be here along with my partner PAX. Take care, all of you. Flightsim.com.
Well, all right. So make sure if you're going to go to that website, be careful of the spelling. It's a F-L-I-T-E sim, not as you might spell flight sim. So you just be careful of that. Flightsim.com/FlightSimExpo, chance to win a force feedback yoke. Otherwise, competitively priced. So there you go. Overkill, your reactions.
So honestly, actually, guys, if you guys are interested in my genuine opinion, on my channel on YouTube, I just did a review that posted yesterday about that yoke.
Oh.
I actually have one sitting at the house right now, and it is absolutely fantastic. I have personally...
Is your gently used one the one we're auctioning off?
I told you it was a pain in the butt getting here this morning. Anyways, I'll just tell you guys right now, I have actually flown a Cessna 172, and the immersive experience that I had last night, especially afterward, the video in VR was outstanding.
Nice.
Absolutely. No center detent. The force feedback intention is exactly where you'd expect it to be. The software that comes with the product is incredibly light and yet very user-friendly, customizable all the way through all the ranges of engine RPM to ground roll to just overall force that you can set different profiles based on the aircraft. It's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal.
Very cool.
Yeah,
Very cool.
Very good piece of hardware.
Awesome. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited about the G1000, even though it's competitively priced, so I might need to take up gambling.
Well, you're in the right place for that.
Yeah.
So yeah. There you go.
But I want to go back to the beginning of the presentation, how much like real-world flight training they do with people and then bring them to the United States for like that little amount of real-world flight training to get a PPL. That's incredible. Like that must be, like we talk about study level simulation, but that is
right.
Honestly, like they are getting their PPLs off of basically a simulation.
Absolutely. There's been a number of stories of people using simulation to augment their training, and it saves you thousands in time. That stuff you would normally have to do in the paid aircraft hours for, that you can work on for free at home, basically.
Very competitively priced. Yeah.
Gotcha. So the next presenter up is from Nimbus Simulations, and I believe primarily X-plane, aircraft scenery, stuff like that. So please welcome to the stage Santiago.
It's a great pleasure for me to be here to see so many flight simmers and fellow aviation enthusiasts. First of all, who we are. Well, my name is Santiago Udnaru. I am the founder and director of Nimbus Simulations Studios. We mainly produce add-ons for X-Plane. We started in 2010. We have a little bit of our history here. We try to create products that bring new experience to users. We try to innovate, to have a good balance of performance, visuals, and an overall experience for the user. Right now, our portfolio consists of 3 aircraft, 9+ airports, and other projects. I will be talking about all of them a little bit. Our latest release was JFK. I don't know if any of you here have used our latest release, JFK, for X-Plane. If you haven't, you should. So here is a video showing our current products. This is mostly taken in X-Plane 12.1. So here we go. This is JFK. As you can see, we are trying to create the most realistic environment day and night. Our latest airports doesn't have night textures. We only use lights, so everything works like in the real life. So if you park the airplane below a light, it will going to illuminate it. All the weather conditions affect the visuals of the airports, so it's more immersion. This is dolls. You can see the animated people inside. Custom vehicles, custom 3D models, custom textures, everything is handcraft and custom for each airport. This is Atlanta. And what is coming next is one of our, I don't know if any other airports use things like this, but we can set our destination, our departure time, and it will be displayed on the screen. So if you are in the cockpit preparing your flight and you see that you are delayed, it's going to show on the screen. You can see right now it's delayed 9 minutes, so it's a little bit of extra pressure that we all need. This is Atlanta, and we also make aircraft. This is the Islander, a small, beautiful airplane, nice to fly. The next one is the UH-1. Many of you are fans of helicopters. So here we got it. Right now, in these images, it is flying in a place that might look like Southeast Asia. I don't know exactly where. And after this, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about a new product that is coming related to this. I don't know if you can identify where is that. So besides our commercial products, we also have professional products. Last year, on 2022, we had the opportunity to work with Bridger Aerospace. They are one of the largest firefighting companies in the world. And we made this product for them. This is a training tool for the very complex and dangerous operation of firefighting. This is all happening in the sim. What you're seeing right now is a forest created from an instructor station, and the fires are also created by the instructor from that station. You can see here the CL-415 flying on the fires. As you can see, all the visuals are pretty similar to real life. But not only that, but physics, all the way the fire spreads, all the way the water works, how the fire is affected by slope, wind, vegetation type. Many things are working behind the scenes here to make this very, very accurate, because they really needed a tool that represented the real life conditions of a fire or of a forest fire. This is a tanker. This is also created from the iOS, because one of the most dangerous situations of these fires is there are many planes flying close to each other in smoky conditions. This is the iOS screen, for example. I can show you a lot of details about this because it's their product now. But this is basically what the instructor sees. He can create any scenario here around fires. This is an example of what X-Plane can do and what we can do with X-Plane too. So we are able to create scenarios and training tools for any application, almost any application. And this is a good example of that. So I think that most of you are interested on what's coming. And here we have some things. How many of you suffer of this? We are working on a tool to fix it. Nimbus Pilot Challenge. This is basically a mission editor and a mission flying tool. This is in X-Plane. This is the way to create a mission. This is a short example, but you can create several kinds of missions. You can select what kind of airplane that mission is created for. This is an example of how to place objects inside the sim. This is not a scenery editor. This is a mission creator. So all the objects that you add from this tool can be interactive. They can move. They can react to your presence, to your actions. And this is the way to place them in the sim. As you can see, there are 3 objects right now there. And this is part of what's coming too, which is probably the most fun. In the missions, and if you remember what I told before about the Huey flying in South Asia, it's a Vietnam scenario that is coming to with a mission, with missions for it. So I think this adds a new layer of fun and excitement to the simulator. Why is this a solution for the post-flight emptiness syndrome? Because you are also going to be able to share your statistics, your flights, your missions. You will be able to share what you create with others. And you are going to have a tool that will give you jobs inside the simulator, not only what you create in your mind, which I think is what most of us, our simmers do. We invent a scenario and we fly it. This is going to materialize that. This is basically what it's going to have: mission, jobs, and on duty. I need to keep going because I don't have too much time, but this will be posted later so you can check it out in more detail. What else is coming? This. No hydraulic controls, fuel guzzler, beautiful, the 707. I'm not sure if you are going to be flying this airplane more from the cockpit or from the wing, because I don't know, for me this is iconic, this view. All this is also reacting to physics. So the result of the vibrations, the wing flex, the engine movement, the cockpit vibrations is going to be very realistic, and is going to be working also in VR because it's not attached to the camera, but it's the actual model that is vibrating and shaking. These are work in progress images, so expect more results soon, but I think this gives an idea of what it's going to be like. Well, this was supposed to be before the video. And the other thing I wanted to show you, I just have a few seconds, is what's coming today. This is our latest release, and it's going to be, can I have 30 more seconds? Okay. So this is what's coming. It's going to be released tomorrow. Today, I'm sorry, today. Our latest airport for X-Plane 12. Can you guess what airport it is? Not Las Vegas. You got it. Charlotte International is coming for X-Plane 12.1 today. We are using all the available tools that X-Plane 12.1 give us from default. We are using not default 3D models, but the default option for moving jetways. So no extra plugins or no extra trouble. We're using extensive PVR textures, normal maps. All the weather effects are going to be here too. So when it rains, when it snows, you're going to see the effects on the airport. As I told you at the beginning, we use a lot of real lights, almost no night textures, so everything looks better. And when X-Plane gets the volumetric fog, it's going to be even better. Well, that's my presentation. I hope you guys enjoyed it. One more thing I forgot to say. We are also going to start developing scenarios for Flight Simulator. So keep that in mind. Stay tuned with our social media. We are going to be showing more information in the next days. If you want, you can access our social media. Thank you very much. Have a great weekend. See you later.
All right. First of all, I have to say I'm a little disappointed in you guys because for a gigantic room of flight sim nerds, it took you way too long to identify Charlotte. Just saying. Just saying. All that to say, thoughts, guys? It looks like some really cool stuff, like some firefighting stuff, Mission Creator, 707.
The thing that really stood out to me was the firefighting. Yeah. I think it's so interesting. It's a little bit different, and it's so relatable, too, as someone, just hit my mic, as someone who, who comes from a part of the world where there's like forest fires and wildfires every year. This is something that's super relatable. I think it's something that is happening more and more in aviation, and I love that we can, have access to that in the sim. Looked great.
It gives you a really cool mission opportunity for something that is a real aviation thing.
Yeah.
Not you, Overkill.
I'm definitely on board with the firefighting. That's a big one for me. I can't wait for that. I've been saying that in every flight simulation that we've done. Firebombing is awesome. But I'm a little disappointed how quiet everybody stayed with a 707.
I know, right?
Like, okay, that's cool, guys. Glass cockpits, I get it. Yeah, it's fine. It doesn't have a TV screen. I don't want to fly that one.
It looks really good with the physics, though. The engine, the wing
the
wobble.
The whole thing was absolutely
that.
impressive.
Yeah,
it's going to be crazy. So,
that's nice.
And one of the things that I really liked that he pointed out was the fact that it was separate from the camera, because that's actually a very common tactic in using those kind of visual generations, if you will, yeah. So the fact that you'll be able to see it in VR, especially with where VR is going now, that's going to be a big kicker.
Yes. All right, guys, we are going to take a 10-minute break so you guys can get up a chance to stretch, get some water. Remember to stay hydrated here in Vegas because it's very dry. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with Say Intentions.
I have to say, I love that you said dry heat, given the fact that
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in a few moments.
All right, everyone, if you could take your seats, we're going to start the presentations again. We've got Say Intentions here to talk about what's coming up for them. But he can't do that if you're all milling about and talking and making all kinds of ruckus. Sit down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Say Intentions.
How you guys doing? All right, I'm so excited about this because it was almost exactly 1 year ago today when I had a job as the CTO of a healthcare tech company, and we were doing all kinds of interesting things with AI. And I called my dad, who is a retired C# programmer, and I said, you know, what Flightsim is missing is the ability to have like really good air traffic control, but not necessarily have to talk to a human all the time, that sort of mic fright thing that comes with that. And we chatted about it a little bit, and I said, you know, I think the tech has finally gotten to a point where we could put something really, really cool together. And he was in. He said, all right, I'll build the Sim Connect app that runs on Windows. You build the AI layer. Let's do this. It'll be fun. You and I will play with it together. We had two goals when we started. The first one was create the most immersive ATC experience possible using the latest generation of AI technology. And we said, you know, when we're done, it might be kind of cool to play with it, you and I. Well, we got a little carried away, as you are about to see. Everything that I show in this video is real. It's live today. And in fact, it was taken off of our live servers. So nothing you see here is scripted. And you could have it right now. Here we go. Check this out. One more.
Alto ground, Skyhawk 172 Sierra Papa type Cessna 172, looking for VFR departure to the north with flight following, and we have information, Papa.
Skyhawk 172 Sierra Papa Palo Alto ground, good morning. Clear to the north, VFR at or below 3,500. Departure will be 121.3.
Delta 1219, good morning. Runway 32 via Charlie Echo and then over to Lima, please.
Delta 1219, Holy Short 32, ready for departure.
Delta 1219, thanks for being patient. Winds 230 at 6, runway 32 clear. Delta 1219, contact departure. Safe flight, sir.
KLM 310 identified. Climb and maintain 8,000. Turn left heading 320 vectors to Stigma.
Skyhawk 172 Sierra Papa, you're leaving my airspace. Squawk VFR, frequency change approved. Safe flight, Brian.
Delta 1219, can we get a descent below this storm?
Delta 1219, roger, descend and maintain flight level 230, and let me know if you need more than that.
KLM 310, climb and maintain flight level 360. That aircraft passing below at your 10 is a citation. Should be no factor. Delta 1219I can give you direct boomer if you're interested in a shortcut. Might save you a few minutes.
That sounds great. We'll take the direct, Delta 1219.
Delta 1219, roger. Cleared direct boomer. Descend and maintain 1616,000.
Lufthansa 31 Hotel Langen Approach, erwarten Sie Landebahn 25 Center in Frankfurt sinken und halten Sie 11.000 Fuß.
If you look at our 1 o'clock, about 1 mile out, you'll see Kalaloa Beach Park. It was part of the former Barbers Point Naval Air Station. The beach is a perfect... Ladies and gentlemen, we've somehow managed to reach our cruising altitude of 37,000 feet, despite Captain Chris's best efforts to make this flight feel like a roller coaster. The fasten seatbelt sign is off now, but let's be honest. You might want to keep that seatbelt fastened just in case he decides to surprise us with some more creative flying.
Pay attention to the sound of the engine. A smooth, steady sound indicates proper mixture.
Delta 1219, we're having trouble with the left engine. Declaring an emergency, need to divert to Tampa if we can.
Delta 1219, understood. Safe fuel remaining and souls on board. I'll clear the way to Tampa. Descend at your discretion. Say intentions when able.
1219, winds 225 at 12 runway 19er left, clear to land.
Delta 1219, welcome to Tampa. We've got emergency equipment on standby if you need it.
Yeah. Come on! How cool is this? I gotta tell you, I have my moments when I'm sitting in the cockpit and I'm flying with that thing and I just go, this is so cool, right? It's like the little boy in me just comes alive when I hear this stuff. It's so cool. Well, like I said, we got a little carried away with our original goal, but I'm glad that we did. The ATC side is incredible. IFR, VFR, 24/7 coverage, 88,000 airports, Oceanic, PIREPS, chatter, traffic advisories, as you heard in there, region-specific procedures. You can pick up a flight midair if you manage to lose VATSIM coverage midair. Just pick it up midair or on the way in and vice versa, no problem. On the immersion side, speaks and understands 14 languages, you guys. Come on, we're the first ATC in the world to speak some of these languages. It's incredible. Full VR support. The controllers have distinct personalities. Some of them are super friendly. Some of them are not so friendly, just like in real life. Yes, we model that. By the way, we also have Kennedy Steve. His voice, with his permission, is the ground controller at JFK. Very cool. Yeah, and the personality is there. The personality is there and it's hilarious, yes. Full multiplayer support. One of the important pieces of this for us was 0 menus, 0 clicks, right? We wanted this to really feel like legitimate ATC. Tablet, mobile view, regional accents, those beautiful neural voices that you heard are unlimited. 0 impact on your CPU or your frame rate, and you can pause, accelerate, walk away, whatever you want. Like I said, a little carried away. We're not done. We got a lot of work to do, but we've got some great stuff coming up. Things like traffic injection, full AI sequencing of that traffic, living world AI, and tons more surprises on the way. Those who've been our customers or have been following us know we announce something pretty cool just about weekly. All of that is coming this year. All of this is built on top of best of breed cloud compute AI platforms, right? OpenAI, AWS, Google Cloud, Microsoft Azure, all of these play critical roles in bringing together the multiple AI platforms needed to make this thing live and real. I'm going to talk about that here in just a second. Actually, let me add that one of the downsides of this, which we're going to talk about in just a second, is that this platform is eye-wateringly expensive to run. We're going to talk about that in a second. We bring together also, oh, let's see, I'm on which slide am I on here? The one on the left? Oh, there we go, I'm on that one. Yeah, I mentioned these platforms that we bring together in addition to the partners that you saw on the previous slide in order to build this wonderful flight simulation ecosystem. But AWS, Google Cloud, OpenAI, Azure all play critical roles in what we're doing. We bring together all of this into the AI, or bring all this AI into the cockpit. But we realized not too long ago that the same technology that we're using to deliver ATC can do tons more. So we brought in tour guides, like you saw in the video, right? Cool stuff, right? It is legitimately really cool if you're flying around VFR and those tour guides are pointing out things as you're flying through the air. It's really neat. Flight instructors or mentors that will guide you through procedures and things like that while you're in the air. By the way, fully interactive with both of these. You can ask them questions, they'll answer back, literally have a conversation. Not too bad for $29.95, but hold on. I don't want any applause yet. Not at that price, right? We've never been happy with that price, but we've made promises where we've said, look, as the price of the technology comes down, we promise we're gonna make that okay, right? We're going to solve that problem. We can solve it in two ways. One of them is by bringing you more, right? There's more we can bring you for that amount. So, I have two more things for you. The first one is, as of today, it's live now, we're adding AI cabin crews. Kind of cool, right? You heard in the video the cabin crew kind of ribbing the pilot a little bit. That's available as of now. That's included in the subscription fee. But maybe more important than that, well, let me add this here. Yeah, you can actually pick your cabin crew. We'll add more cabin crews as time goes along. And we're going to add all kinds of features. Yeah. I'm so glad you guys noticed that. By the way, they adopt these personalities, by the way. The grade A group, that's exactly what you would expect on a normal flight. Quitting time? Yeah, they've had enough. And for those who are our customers, raise your hand if you're familiar with our tour guide, Janet. Anybody here? A few people? Okay, good. Janet is very funny, and she is now, she can now be your flight attendant in addition to her role as a tour guide, so you can bring her in there. But I want to emphasize, and this is really important, guys, we keep our promises. And that promise I mentioned to you about price, that as the cost of this insanely cool AI technology comes down, we would pass that along to you. Guys, we're making good on that today. As of right now, the price is now $19.95 a month instead of $29.95 a month. I'm very excited about this. We did it. We're not done with the price drops, by the way. Again, as the price of the technology platforms continues to go down, we intend to pass those on to you guys. Stop by our booth. If you can't, we've got a 24-hour trial that is free, so anybody can go in and try it out, see what it's all about. But at our booth, we're also giving away discounts for $5 off your first month, which should be very cool, give you a chance to really get in there for 30 days. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Come say hi to us. Come say hi.
All right. Thank you very much from Say Intentions. And I got to say, I'm probably never going to be a real world pilot at this point. But now I can cross off being made fun of by Kennedy Steve off my bucket list because I can just do this. So fantastic. Dreams do come true. What are your guys' thoughts?
It's definitely a nice milestone in the ATC world. There's a lot of really great ATC things happening in flight simulation, and this is definitely a big one. The price drop, that was pretty kicker. And then the 24-hour free trial, it's a hard argument. If you guys are afraid of getting into air traffic control, this is definitely a good first step. Definitely recommend it.
I think for bringing new people into the community, into flight simulation, the different languages, the different accents, being able to use an AI ATC if speaking with a real person isn't comfortable for you to begin with, or maybe ever. Right. I think this is a really exciting, way to engage with ATC. And myself, I keep hitting my mic. The one person who I know in my real life who is an air traffic controller, used to be military, now civil, is a woman who sounds kind of like me, and I don't really hear that in, in other simulations. So I kind of like being able to customize.
Very cool.
this AI.
The one last note before we go on to Cav Simulations here is that he mentioned something I'd never thought of before is, as someone who uses VATSIM a lot, there are those gaps where you take off at full ATC and suddenly you're on your own, or vice versa. And never thought about, oh, I could just pick that up and take the rest of the flight that way with, say, intentions, or do it until I get to somewhere where VATSIM comes online. So very cool flexibility built in with that. So we next have Cav, is it Cav Simulations? Cav Simulations is here. James Kavanaugh is going to present, and they do some hardware for Airbus panels, it sounds like. So take it away, sir.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here today. My name's James Kavanaugh, and I'm the founder and director of Cav Simulations. It's an absolute pleasure to be here at Flightsim Expo 2024, and I have some exciting news that I want to share about our latest products, which are going to be the airport LED displays. But before that, I want to have a little chat about what we do before that. What we started off doing was, about 18 months ago, I started off with a simple yet ambitious goal to provide high quality and affordable flight simulation hardware. Our initial focus was on creating bespoke LCD displays for the Airbus A320 family. We thought that there was a gap in the market for home cockpit builders who wanted realistic, affordable hardware that could meet the needs for their home cockpit building. We worked really closely with some real Airbus pilots to develop the displays that you can put into your panels to make them as accurate as possible in terms of the colour, the font, the segments, making sure that they tried to give us that true-to-life experience that we're all searching for. They've been received very well so far. They've been on sale for about 18 months, and we've been blown away by seeing how you've been putting them into your products, putting them into your panels, and I really encourage you to keep sharing those pictures with us. But we offer the full range of the cockpit now, from the FCU, the EFIS, the RMP panels, the TCAS panels, the battery, the rudder trim. It's all there for the entire A320 family. So our journey's been incredibly rewarding, from these first prototype panels which we launched in March 2022 to the fully developed products that we're offering today. We've worked hard to try and balance getting the cost and the accuracy, ensuring that we give the quality that you all expect. They are out and ready. The next thing that I'm going to be talking to you is about what we're releasing today, which is our airport LED boards, but more on that a little bit later. We really think you're going to enjoy that. So, what are these airport LED boards I'm talking about? These are PCB boards covered in LEDs, denoting all airports that we will be bringing out. At launch, we're doing Heathrow, Innsbruck, Munich, Amsterdam, and of course, Las Vegas. These will show you real-world, real-time, live air traffic data on the comfort of from the comfort of your own desk. But not only that, we are giving you the option to just press one simple button and it will show you the virtual world as well, so you can see yourselves moving around the airports in real time. I want to talk a little bit more about those, and I am going to be doing, I'm tempting fate, I'm going to be doing a live demonstration of the real products here. So let's dive into a few key features of these boards. Each one of them is meticulously designed to provide an accurate and detailed representation of the airport layouts, including the runways, the taxiways, and the parking stands. The LEDs are all colour indicated, with red for parking stands, green for taxiways, and the runways are multicoloured, which will change colour based on the airline that is on that runway. You can switch between, as I said, the real world and the virtual world with just a simple touch of a button. In the real world mode, the display shows the live air traffic, giving you a real-time view of what's happening at the airport. And you can track your own movements around, as I said, by switching to the virtual world by the press of a simple button. Why would you do that? Well, you can do simple things like just by viewing on your desk before you even logged in, you can see whether there is an ATC online for that airport. You can see what parking stands are available. You can spawn in at the ones you want, and you can also just be mesmerised by watching the traffic going around. Installation is incredibly easy. We've designed the system to be completely user-friendly with no expertise of any kind required. You can easily swap between different airports very easily, and as I said, I'm going to be tempting fate by trying to do a live demonstration of that. One thing I want to show is we have a singular universal control board, which will power any of our airports. We've done this deliberately, so you only ever need to buy one of these and you will be able to run any of our airports without putting all of the expensive logical parts on every airport. You can just buy the cheaper airports to add to your collection. It's the heart of our system. As I said, it's designed to support any of our airport displays, which we think will help keep the costs down, making if you want to expand your airport collections, you only never need to buy just the one of these. Setting up the board is straightforward. When you power it up, it will broadcast its own access point, like a smart light bulb, a smart plug. You just connect to it, provide it your Wi-Fi details, and that's it. It will start working. You then plug it into one of our airport boards. Just plug it in to the back of the board, and it easily plugs back in. And then if you wanted to change airports, you would unplug that and plug that into the next one. I am tempting fate. And then there, it just mounts like that. We've got PCB mounting holes as well in all the corners, so you can put it in a frame, hang it on the wall, put it on your desk, and have it wherever you want. One of the standout features of our system is the flexibility it offers. As I said, you only need to purchase the one. So what about these makes them unique? Well, the combination of our LED mapping and the real-time data integration is one of a kind. It easily provides the ground traffic, whether you're monitoring the real world or participating in virtual flight simulations as well. We think, as I said, imagine having this detailed interactive map on your desk while you're in cruise, waiting for ATC clearances, queuing for runways. You can see your own aircraft moving around the airport. You can just check for the available stands and know if there's any ATC. By the tower at every airport has its own LED, and if there is coverage, the LED will light up, and in the real world, obviously, there will be a controller on, so that will always light up as well. We've programmed over 500 different airlines with their own unique colours based on the primary colour of their logo. We think this attention of detail enhances the realism and gives you some more level of immersions. Moreover, the data stream for the real-time traffic is going to be completely free, and it will remain free for the life of the product. There is no mandatory subscription to use this product. Once you buy it, that is it. You will have access for life. We will be offering optional subscriptions to get premium features such as higher refresh data rates, the ability to choose your own colours for airlines. If you work or participate in a virtual airline, you can give your own airline its own colour as you wish. If you don't like the pre-programmed colours, you can change them to whatever you want for your own airline as well. We'll also add the ability for you to identify your particular call sign, and it will blink to let you know where you are, easily find yourself as well, amongst other features that will be coming. But none of that will ever be mandatory. You will only ever have to pay for the cost of the board, and access to the data stream will be free, and we promise and guarantee that. Now, let's tempt fate by trying to do a live demonstration. We're going to talk about setting up, putting things together, and the initial setup itself, from connecting the device to the Wi-Fi and to the server, into the servers, and then just using the boards and what they look like. So I've got the next slide is going to put up a live camera here, hopefully. Yes, it does. So hopefully you'll be able to get a better look at the board. So I'm going to show you here Las Vegas. We have other airports available, as I said, but the time zone difference, I'm pretty sure it's about midnight in Europe, so there's not going to be much traffic. So we're going to focus on the Las Vegas boards. So let's give you a closer look at one of the universal control boards. It's a simple, camera's in the middle, isn't it? It's a simple product here. It's got a power connector, which then powers the actual board itself. But in terms of how you interact with it, it's a singular USB-C connector for power. We provide a power supply, but we've also just recommended the specs, so you can also provide your own power supply if you wish. Simple reset buttons and stuff like that as well, but that's literally the only interaction with that is plug in the power. And as I said, it just then connects to the board here. Now, I'm just keeping an eye on my time. I want to show you this working, so let's get this in here. When it powers up, it will scroll up and down, saying it's connecting to the servers. And it's still got a blinking Wi-Fi light it's trying to there. It's just now connected to our servers, and here we can see all the aircraft currently live at Las Vegas. Excuse my shaky hands. We've got all the parking stands in red, aircraft on the taxiways in green, and the aircraft on the runway currently denoted by the different colours moving around. This is the standard data rate. So you're not seeing the premium one, this is the standard data rate. And I don't know, I haven't checked if there's anybody on VATSIM, but I'm going to very quickly press the button here. And that is currently live VATSIM as well. It's as simple as that, just by pressing the data source buttons on here. I am out of time, so I'm going to end it there, but I'm going to be here for the whole weekend, and I would love to talk to you more about this, and I'll have these with me. So thank you very much for your time, and if you want to see more, please come and find me.
All right, kind of a unique, not only just panels that are helpful for those of you that are into the home cockpit simulation stuff, which I've been in some of these like home cockpits and they can be elaborate. So there's definitely a market for that if you're one of those guys that needs LCD screens for that. But also just the kind of artistic piece of that. You know, take flight simulation and make it an art piece in your house for your local airport or an airport you think is cool, and look at live traffic. That's pretty neat. So.
Yeah, I think it's really cool, like how creative people can be about, you know, I'm sort of expecting, you know, hardware, software kind of discussions here at this presentation about, you know, how we can use some of this in our flight sim, but even as a like design feature, I think that's kind of an interesting thing that they've done. Yeah.
Absolutely.
You hit it right on the point, especially with the artistic piece too. That's the part that sort of came to my mind. It'd be kind of cool to have that behind me while I'm doing the on-camera stuff. Like this being serious, like it would sort of brings the rest of the room to life.
Exactly.
I like it. Yeah.
It's kind of like having a flux capacitor behind you moving around. But
hey, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that.
So up next, we're going to have the folks from let's see, what is it? Winwing, I believe. Just check my notes here. Yes, Winwing is going to be here next. And they are just about set here. They are going to be displaying in booth 420 this weekend. So be sure to stop by. They are doing some really nice Flightsim hardware, and so we're going to hear from them right now. Take it away, sir.
Hello. All right, thanks, guys. I wanted to make sure that everybody can hear me. How's my sound on the back? All right, perfect. Folks, my name's Tony. I'm the product design consultant for Winwing. Before I begin our presentation today, I would like to thank the management member of the FS Expo. Thank you for this great opportunity so we can stay on the front stage today. I believe this is our first time participating in such a great event. And I would like to thank the audience here. You guys helped me a lot during my tough years and in my upbringings, and the flight simulation has always been a part of my upbringings. So a little background about me. I'm currently serving as flight crew members for one of the US major air carriers. I flew almost all the Boeing aircraft, 73, 75, 76, 777, now back to the 73. So this community has taken care of me during my tough years, like I talk about it, right? So, all right, let's get back to business then. Let's see okay, right there. All right, cool. So, Winwing begins as the one of the hardware companies that we are specializing in the commercial level flight simulators. We have the closed loop loading, the load control feedback systems, OpenGL graphic implementations, flight model researches, and we are doing using the rear aircraft to research the flight models and the actual aerodynamic numbers that we're using it. So, with all those things, we have successfully obtained the level 5 FTD certifications from Civil Aviation Authority of China. So, now all of those things seems to be a little far away from a flight simulation standpoint. I mean, home use flight simulation standpoint. So, but in reality, we are be able to bring down the cost and bring up the accuracy of the hardware and the software at the same time. So, as we navigate our business throughout this region, we received numerous requests from our friends, from the Flightsim enthusiasts to ask us, is there any possibilities that you guys getting into the hardware market for the Flightsim region? So with the sheer volume of requests that we started looking and to provide a full set of Flightsim gear for the Flightsim 2020 or X-Plane platforms and the DCS platforms. So this is part of our products over here, our Cessna 172 FTD level 5s, Diamonds, the level 4s. But now we're actually be able to do something that's really great and with a lower cost. So this is what we did in the past couple of years. It's a one-stop shop solution for the hardware for the military simulations. As you might can tell, that's an F-18 seat over there. We're talking about this, the ordinary people when we're seeking the realistic training level for flight, flight experience at home often face unrealistic high prices, right? Sometimes even they say it's a competitive price. I totally get it. Yeah, it's somewhat higher than what we can afford. So, not just about the price, also the complexities of the project. Let's say I'm buying a bunch of the hardware. How did I connect them? How did I make it work? Is there any options that I can just plug and play? Yes, we can do that. So, can we produce the highest qualities of flight simulation hardware close to training level while maintaining an acceptable profit margin, keep us competitive with other companies? And we have the answer for you. Oh, I'm sorry, there's the audio have problems. Oh, how's that? Is that cool? Yeah, thanks guys. Yeah, that's a real cool video. So that's probably this is my third time seeing it. So yeah. All right. So let's go. Let's get back down to the business. And we believe our product has brought our customer from virtual skies into the realities. As you can see, with the support of a vast team of commercial flight simulator engineers and our complete manufacturing lines, then we'll be able to brought you the product with a competitive price and the functionalities. We're excited today to bring the professional level of a product to every flight simulation enthusiast. This is the stuff we'll be able to do. So it's a dynamic control loading model satisfy the FAA EQTG requirements now, which means force feedback. Now, for the product that we'll bring next, this is our Airbus product line for the EFS left side and the right side. My next click will reveal the price. So let's see if that's really competitive. How about that? All right. I will get back to the CDUs. All right. Let's see. And sure, we got more. Oh, sorry. That one's to be determined. So yeah, free. We'll do that at our booth for sure. Come over. We have the postcard. So, all right. Transponders. That's the cockpit for the 320s right there. And we got more stuff coming in by 2025. Now, we're not just gonna forget about the Boeing fleet, because I'm a Boeing pilot, for sure. I love the aircraft, even it's 737 MAX, so. How about that? Now, wait a minute, there's a thing here. It says start from 129.95, so meaning there's one higher product on it. So for anybody familiarized with the Boeing MCP, now there's one switch on the panel that has been electronically connected to the auto throttles. So on those Boeing aircraft, once you click the auto throttle disconnect button on the throttle lever, that one switch gonna kick off. Now, for the higher version, for this one, I mean the more expensive version on that one, we are able to simulate that function. But with the price of that one, it's not yet to be determined. But it starts from 195.95 right here. So, if it's left and right side for the Boeing, how about that? Now, as we're showing the products here, our booth is getting ready for each and every one of you. So we have the demonstration team set up, the hardware things has been set up as we speak, and we do invite you. Come out, talk to us, check the things out. Oh, 7.3s. There you go. Yeah, it says never dead out of date, so yeah. We're gonna fix that problem soon, so. That copy of 7.3. There's more stuff coming in 2025, for sure. Same as our Airbus fleet. Now, ever since our launch of our first airline product, the FCU for the Airbus, the combat simulation users have a worry about that we're no longer supporting or a combat simulation product line. That we have to change our focus. No, we don't just give up our product line, we just got better. So, here's what we're preparing for you for the F-18 joystick version 2. Now, it has an exclusive enhanced immersion experience, which means it has a vibration motor inside the joystick. And we have developed a model which will correspond your actual flight conditions, in the simulator, in the DCS, or in other games, that will give you a vibration feedback, which you can feel. You lower the landing gears, raise the landing gears, weapon deployment, you takeoffs and landings, all the touchdowns. And yeah, it feels great. I do invite you to come check us out. We do have one set up over the booth that you can actually feel the vibrations on the stick while you're approaching the stall. So it's extremely good. And this is our vibration motor adaptation schedule. As you might see, we have fully adapted all the DCS now, and we're working with we're working on the Microsoft 2020, and it's supposed to be finished by today, so June 24th. Okay. And the finalization day for the award download is going to be on September 9th. So within this year, the majority of the simulations, whether it's airplane simulations or space simulations, that will be all adapted with our vibration models. This is one of our new product this year, the Ursa Minor airline joysticks. As you might tell, it kind of mimic one of the airliners that out there. So it has a left and a right stick, so we separate them because we understand that Airbus have a different shape for their side sticks. So we just, give the pilot two choices. Now, they might choose right, they might choose wrong the first time, but they'll choose right second time, for sure. That's a prize. All right, so as we're coming towards the end of the presentation, I want to talk about another matter before I actually forgot. So we've always tried to make your home simulation experience into the realities, right? But we weren't the first company to do that. Years ago, a force feedback technology was introduced onto the joystick. This has been done by the Microsoft. It's been 27 years. I know, I was a baby at that time. But I still have one of my collections of Microsoft force feedback with me at my home. I like Iron Man's dad, Howard Stark says, I'm limited by the technology of my time. Now, even today, the force feedback systems on a home cockpit still wasn't cheap. It wasn't easy. And it's extremely hard to get it calibrated accurately. Now, I believe we're no longer limited by our time and by our technologies. Here I'm presenting to you Cybertar's force feedback joysticks. It has FAR Part 60 Level 5 joystick control loading force feedback systems. Now, simulation platforms and add-ons development only needs to provide us the usual data, which means just a user interface. And we have the force feedback model. Now, that's the conclusion of our presentation for today. And I believe our relationship has just started. So, I like President Reagan used to say, trust but verify. So I think this is a brilliant phrase. Now we have to show you a lot of stuff, but in the end, the product has to speak for itself. So we invite you today to come over to our booth today or tomorrow in this great time of FS Expo. Come over, talk to us, and check it out so you can touch the product, feel it, and see how those things work together. And we hope and we'll love to meet you in person. Come talk to us, and you have a great experience over here. My name's Tony. Thank you for your time.
All right, well, your reaction to the price point for all those products, I think, speaks far more volumes than our reactions here on stage. I think that was awesome. So in order to save some time here, because we need to catch up a little bit, we're going to stifle our reactions. We're going to let your reactions stand on their own. That was awesome. Thank you. But we have our first virtual presentation from simfly.io. Please turn your attentions to the screens.
Roger. 5474, turn ready, 255.
Hello everybody, and welcome to this video. This is Roberto Capodici. I'm the spokesperson for Simfly, and I will let you know and I will show you what Simfly is all about. So let's start saying that Simfly enhances the realism in flight simulators. It merges the aviation passion with the virtual economy. So when you are there on your flight simulator, you are a pilot, we believe you should earn something that you earn only if you fly and you work for flying. And when you earn something, you can then purchase an airplane, purchase an airport, and earn every time somebody uses your airplane or everybody sometimes lands or take off from your airport. We merge all a simulated economy that is more than simulated, it becomes even real, to the world of sims. You can obtain your pilot's license, purchase an aircraft, own and manage your airport. Every activity you do in SimFly contributes to the game economy. And pay attention, you may be doing your regular flight with your friends. You just need to go there, activate SimFly, start the flight, and then go and enjoy the flight with your friends. While you do that, you are producing PAX token. PAX token is a token that you can use to then make expenses inside this SimFly economy. But it's more than that, because you can also trade it and sell it to your friend and sell it to other users that want to take a shortcut and be there faster. So you can monetize your flight time thanks to SimFly. SimFly is a fly and earn system that leads to real rewards. There is a marketplace. You can use your PAX token to go in the marketplace and shop for more assets. You can customize, buy, sell pilot license, aircraft, and there are over 40,600 faithfully reproduced real airports. This is a unique investment opportunity in flight simulation. There is a dynamic marketplace for all the asset management. It's a revolutionary flight simulation project. You can transform your virtual aviation interactions and extend the simulation from just flying an airplane to be also part of a career and a full economy around aviation. It's important to say that it's an ethical flight to earn with blockchain integration. Ethical because the value of the token that is produced and is minted is given by pilots flying airplane. So not everybody can go there, sit and fly an airplane. So the value of the knowledge on how to fly an airplane is what makes a difference. So it's an exclusivity to those that know how to follow the correct rules. And better you fly, more you earn. You have a bad pitch angle in landing, you lose your earnings. So there is all an analysis on how your flight is done, and based on that, the emission of PAX token is given to you. SimFly is born in a collaboration between creators, a flying structure, a flight academy, and a Web3 expert, which is me. We have a team of developer, designer, marketing expert, people designing UX, UI, and preparing an interface that is simply excellent. I suggest to go to simfly.io and see with your own eyes what I'm talking about. It is an amazing place for simmers to go and also create community, but interact in a very powerful way with the real economy around aviation. There is a comprehensive wiki. We have regular newsletters, Discord servers, a YouTube channel that brings all the updates every week on the evolution of SimFly. Pilots, airplanes, and airports earn experience points based on the usage. So there is a point that you do based on the amount of time you fly, the amount of flight that an airplane does if it's yours, and an airport does. And these experience points allow you to upgrade the level of your asset. And higher the level, more mission you can do, and more income you generate when the asset is used. PAX, on the other hand, is the virtual currency if you want in SimFly. And you can use PAX to buy, sell, and manage assets, but you can also sell your PAX to other users for actual money. Pilot license is essential for a flying career. You can also fly using SimFly and collect experience points without owning a license. So it's free. There is no money to pay to play. You go there on simfly.io, create an account, download your plugin, set it up, and start flying. And your mission are going to be recorded, your flight analysis is going to be produced. But then, if you want to start earning PAX and start having a career, the first thing you need to do is to go and get a pilot license. And I suggest you get one now, get one soon as you get back home, because they gonna be more expensive soon. So we are still in the launching time, so don't lose the opportunity. There are also many different aircraft models. Some are special edition in a limited number, only few gonna be available. We already had several and more will come in the future. So only few people, only few users can purchase a particular model with a particular livery to have a unique object that they can conserve, collect, or resell. There are also more and more models that are going to be released with time, so that based on what is your preference to fly with your flight simulator, you can find the airplane in SimFly. Airports, with experience point based on how many landings and takeoffs they do, can increase the level and they can increase the traffic. So even you start with a grass strips airport, or you start purchasing an airport that is very big like Dubai or London, it's gonna be anywhere level 1, and more traffic it generates, higher the level it is, more packs generates for you to be able to then expand, integrate, upgrade, and do many more things in SimFly. SimFly is based on a map, which is a very detailed real-world representation with all the airport the SimFly covers, which are those covered by most flight simulators. And there you can see all the traffic generated in SimFly and also in other systems. There are different missions that you can do. The test pilot is the basic mission. You don't need a license to do that. Then there is the restricted flight, the scheduled flight, the pilot day, the tour mission, and in the future there is going to be an editor for people to create their own specific mission and invite others to participate in it and see if they comply to the rules of your custom mission. There are detailed reports at the end of each flight, and there is a logbook for each pilot with all the records of all the flight done in SimFly. You'll be able to see your statistic, the tour around the world, and there is all the data that you wanted to know about your flight situation. There is also a leaderboard with the player rankings based on how many miles have done with the airplane rather than experience point collected, numbers of hours fly, and so on and so forth. We are using AI, because who isn't in 2024, to give an analysis of the flight in the most details and depth manner as possible. So once you finish your flight and you press end flight, all the data of your flight are sent to the AI. The AI is going to do an elaboration and come back with an analysis of your flight. So you can also see all the past flight and also see all the analysis done. And you can share with friends in social media the flight that you've done with your score to show that you had the best pitch landing or the best management of the fuel, etc., etc. There is graphs that you can see, and also you can rebuild the route that you have done with the airplane in the map, seeing the altitude and seeing from what airport to what airport you've been flying. The system is compatible with Wassim, EVAO, Microsoft Flight Simulators, and other simulators like Explain and Prepare 3D. We are planning to build a full academy, multi-language videos and tutorials for people that want to learn to fly different kind of airplane and accommodate virtual airlines as well in SimFly. New mission and premium license subscription are going to be available soon as well. And there is a promo offer. There is a discount on all the sets valid for a very short time. So you can use the coupon code that you see on the screen now and use it to buy at a discounted price your license, your favorite airplane, and your favorite airport, unless somebody else already bought it before you. So rush up in simfly.io, get at the discounted price your asset, get your account, register in our Discord server, follow the newsletter, and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Thank you very much for watching, and SimFly, take off and get more.
All right, SimFly. What do we think?
Great. Yeah, we all know that flight simulation is a very serious hobby. It's very real. It's a simulation. It's not a game. But I think for those people who are motivated and interested in, the gamified elements, so sort of an in-game economy, being able to be competitive with yourself or with others, I think this can kind of add that gamified element to it. And if that's what you want, then I think they've done a great job of that.
It's always about, the more immersive and more purpose you can get in flight simulation, the more you're going to do it. So yeah, that's exactly it.
Yep, exactly. All right, well, we're going to move right on. Again, we're trying to get caught up with our time here. So next up, we have Combat Pilot is going to be presenting. They are a longtime supporter of Flightsim Expo. In fact, working on one of the more exciting new titles in combat flight simulation. Jason Williams was at the first Flightsim Expo back in 2018. And we're now welcoming him to the stage, so take it away.
Thank you. Hope you all can hear me okay. First of all, I want to say welcome to Flightsim Expo 2024 in the town that I personally call home, fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. So welcome, and I look forward to meeting you all this weekend out on the show floor. Before I continue, I want to point out that some of our teammates couldn't be here today. I want to say a very big thank you to Fritz and Fred and Tomas and John and Stefan and Uncle and Chris and Carl, Dakota and Chase. We would not be here today without your very hard work over the past year. So thank you very much, guys. Now on to the presentation. It's been a long time since there's been a new original hardcore World War II flight sim franchise. It's been over 20 years since that happened. And we're the first comprehensive Pacific Theater combat flight sim also in 20 plus years. We're not a variant of an existing product or engine, and we're not a rehash of an old established IP. We're gonna be the first hardcore combat flight simulator utilizing the Unreal Engine 5+. In other words, our project has no baggage, there's no confusion on who we are, and there are no limits to what we want to do. Now, the origins of Combat Pilot began with a partnership that was formed between Carlos and Barbed Wire Studios and myself, Sky Street Productions. Barbed Wire Studios has formed a subsidiary called Entropy Aero that will be responsible for the development of Combat Pilot. In our first year, we secured funding for our first year of operation. We recruited a small but dedicated team to the cause, and we began work on our prototype, which is what you will see at our booth number 416 on the show floor. So we've spent about a little over 12 months actually working on the project full time, and you'll see the fruits of that labor at our booth. Now I'll turn it over to Carlos to give you a little more of a technical side of things.
All right, hello everybody. I'm Carlos Flores. I'm the CEO of Barbed Wire, and I currently oversee the technical aspect of Entropy Aero. And here's a brief history of time of 2023. We've worked on 4 main pillars, them being technology, how can we push our product, implementing everything together into a cohesive product, developing the content that builds our game, and doing the PR and marketing to make it aware to all of you here. In terms of technology, we're taking advantage of the full potential of Unreal Engine, from DirectX 12, ray tracing, PBR, multi-threading, physically based sound systems and virtualized geometry. No more problems spotting aircraft in the sky as they switch LODs. From implementation, we're still working on the game mechanics, plotting the damage model, developing our geospatial solution, but we do have a tool set that we are using to derive the flight mechanics of those airplanes which are really hard to find information about, like the Japanese. This is a really powerful tool set that we are very proud to have. When it comes to content and peripheral support, we do have Tracker on our hubs, but we also have support for Track IR, and we're working on VR and motion support and all the goodies. For content, we have high-definition models, state-of-the-art, and we're working on partnerships to be able to develop more content in the future. Research, translations, beta testing, the full Monty, so to speak. For PR and marketing, we do have a Discord server. We set up our website. We have newsletters and surveys that you can sign up to that help us a lot in focusing our development. We're here at the FS Expo, and we also plan to set up Patreon and other merchandise. Jason will give more details about that in the future. And now we're going to talk about our approach. We do have a very unique approach, and in order to make it a bit clear, we're going to identify 3 main challenges that we plan to surmount. The first one is having a huge amount of different aircraft in the sky to a high degree of fidelity. It's 2024, making detailed content takes a lot of time and money. The second challenge is keeping up with technology. This thing's going to have a shelf life of 20 plus years. How can it be relevant in 2040? And the third challenge is how to provide a simulation that is true to history and that people can rally behind and say, this is a realistic flight sim. In order to tackle these challenges, firstly, for the first challenge, we do have a modular development of theaters and cohesive aircraft to go with it that Jason will give a little bit of insight about later. We do plan to collaborate for content development with talented partners, and we do have a very long planning to be able to make into fruition all of our goals. For the second challenge, we do have the advantage of Unreal Engine 5, an engine where every year millions of dollars are invested into pushing the boundary of the technology, and we have modern development practices, PBR, advanced engineering tools, so that any talented content creator can be onboarded with state-of-the-art technology and they will feel right at home. For the third challenge, this is a product for the community, by the community. I've been flying flight sim since I was 4 years old, and so has Jason. We have a transparent development where people can help build our product, be the best version of it that we can, and we do have a very simple approach to business. Our investor and our hardworking people always put the product and customer first. And with this mindset, we can make sure that we're not going to release something that we can't be proud of. We want to make sure that Combat Pilot is that IP that people can be happy about, a Western product of quality and a very long future ahead. Talking about the future, now I'm going to pass it on to Jason, who's going to talk about the plans for next year and onward.
Thank you, Carlos. First, I want to say some of our slides have been truncated somehow. I think something happened to the formatting, so I apologize for that. Let's talk about our second year of development. We've been working at it for a little over a year. Now, in our second year, we have some very obvious goals. One, we need to increase our budget and expand the team. We're going to continue to refine our fundamentals such as physics, flight modeling, systems modeling, and of course the geospatial for you to fly over. And we're going to work on some new areas such as the AI, the damage model, our weapons, and our visual effects. And we'll start to work on our multiplayer, and of course we're going to offer VR support just as soon as we can, which is not very far out. We're of course going to build more aircraft and more ships, and we're going to work on our improving our graphical user interface and a launcher to help manage installs of the product. And of course, when the product matures a little bit more, we're going to have rigorous testing with alpha and beta testers in the near future. So what are our plans beyond the second year? Well, Combat Pilot's going to be released as a franchise with many different phases of development where each milestone brings something new until the product is quote-unquote, feature complete. Our first theater of combat is going to be the Battle of Midway, and we're using the Battle of Midway as our proof of concept and our playground for our first bit of content that we're going to make. And we're also going to increase our community development and improve our web properties that some of you may have already seen. They're a little rudimentary at the moment. On the development side, we're also going to find, as Carlos mentioned, qualified content partners to make important aircraft and ships. And in the not too distant future, we're going to launch a Patreon and merchandise operation to help, because a lot of people have contacted me about somehow contributing to the bankroll of Combat Pilot. So we're going to give you an opportunity to do that if you're so inclined. And now that we have Midway established and we're working on a prototype, we're already planning for years down the line. So our first large-scale theater outside of Battle of Midway will be the Solomons. So if you're a fan of Guadalcanal, we're going to go there. And now for a short video of our demo. Hopefully it works. And I think I need to click it one more time.
Yes, sir.
All right. There you go.
All right. Thanks, guys. I literally, so at the last break, we're not taking a break right now, don't get excited. The last break, I was talking with a few people, and one of them even mentioned it's time for us to have a combat flight simulator, kind of like we had, Microsoft had combat flight simulator years ago that was kind of old school stuff like this, and I did not know this was happening, so this is really cool to fill that spot. So.
That's exactly where I was going with it. It's been a while since we've had especially a good warbird combat simulator.
Yeah.
You know, we have a lot of modern jets, modern combat, things like that DCS World, and still offers both sides of it. But yeah, dedicated warbird, like it got my attention, definitely.
Yeah, definitely very cool.
And it's come so far in a year. Like for them to say like that's the first year of development, what's on deck for the second year, that's pretty incredible.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be neat. So something to look forward to and check out, especially if you are into combat flight simulation. I know a lot of us are into airliners and GA and stuff like that, and shooting at other planes isn't necessarily something you're always thinking about, but it can bring a whole new fun aspect and camaraderie to shoot your friend out of the sky kind of thing. So. Next up, we're going to have this. I'm actually very curious about this one because I don't know what this company does, actually. And there's no information here for me other than they're called Slytherin. So my assumption is it's Harry Potter related, but I don't think that's actually what it is. So they're finishing up, getting it ready. Guys, just let me know as soon as you're all set to go. Real quick, though, while we're stalling here, or are you guys good? We good?
I'm good.
Okay. Go ahead. I just cut my mic off, so.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is John Coughlin. I am representing Slytherin Games. We are a war game and military simulation and strategy game video publisher and developer, and I'm going to be showing you guys Scramble Battle of Britain. This flight sim community Slytherin typically we make a lot of strategy games, so this is our first opening into the flight simulation space. I'm just curious because we don't have a ton of marketing data on this yet. Can anybody who has heard of Scramble raise your hands for me? This is a small sample size, so this is excellent. This is why I wanted to come here. I am super excited to be here at Flightsim Expo because this is a very special event to me. My clicker might not work. Go ahead. Or maybe we're not. There we go. There we go. In 2019, I went down to Orlando and showed a very tiny game called Roger Meatball at the Flight Simulation Expo. And it was the first time that I'd gone to the event. I went down not knowing a single person, and I walked away from this event with a couple friends in particular who have remained lifelong friends. We talk every single day. I now have a big pool of friends who are all here coming to this event together. The flight simulation community in general has been important to me. This event has been incredibly important to me, both personally and for my career. So for that, I want to thank Evan, wherever he is, and the rest of the Flight Simulation, or the Flight Sim Expo staff, because they put on a really fantastic thing. And I encourage all of you, especially the people who are here for the first time, look around while you're here, meet some people, shake some hands, and build some memories, because I promise it's going to be worth it. So Scramble is a tactical dogfighting video game. It's a turn-based game. So you set up a turn for all of the airplanes that you pilot. You're actually piloting airplanes. You set up maneuvers for those airplanes, and you hit simulate, and then it runs through about 2.5 seconds of simulation, and there's a full physics simulation underneath the game. There is damage modeling. There is pilot physiology. Your pilots can black out, they can die. And in Scramble, what we are attempting to do is to take combat flight simulation, which is like a reflex-heavy, stressful sort of engagement, and slow it down so that you can really enjoy the tactics, and you can explore, and you can learn. And we provide you with a bunch of tools for planning your maneuver, for exploring the airspace, and then for analyzing all of your performance. And in a minute here, I'm going to have my friend Sebastian run a live demo of the game. So Sebastian, can you tab out to Scramble? That should be it. And Well,
to play on this display. That's
yeah,
fine.
I guess Sebastian is probably going to have to play on a different display. So, Sebastian, can you go into the tactical mode and just take a look at the sky? So, Sebastian and I started up kind of mid-match because we wanted to make sure that there was some compelling action going on here. And so, in Scramble, at any point, you can pop out and you can view the airspace as this sort of 3D diorama. Sebastian, could you go into review mode real quick? So when he goes into review mode, and then you can go into review mode, you can loop the action to see what your previous turn was. Sebastian, can you hit that review button again and toggle back? You can also, in the middle of any single turn, you can go back into a full match replay, and you can scrub frame by frame through every moment of action. This allows you to do two things. It allows you to analyze your tactics, analyze your performance, try to figure out what your enemies are doing, but it also gives you a ton of flexibility to capture some great screenshots, capture some video. We have a full suite of cinematic tools that should allow you to take great photos. And so now, Sebastian, I'll have you hop back into the regular with the tactical mode, and we're going to just let Sebastian run a turn here, and I think he's probably in a pretty good position, so you can go ahead and advance. And so right there, Sebastian just got a bunch of hits on the rear of the enemy. You can see that Sebastian has that plane targeted, and down on the bottom of the aircraft silhouettes on the UI, down on the sides, when a part gets damaged into like a critical state, it'll start to flash. And then if you overstress those parts, they will rip off, they will totally change the flight dynamics of the airplanes. All of the different airplanes that we have custom flight modeling inside of them, and we're not necessarily trying to match precisely the numbers that a specific like mark of Spitfire is going to output, but we are trying to match the trade-offs in between all of our aircraft. So a Spitfire is going to be able to turn like crazy. A 109 is going to dive really fast. It's going to roll really fast. A Hurricane is going to turn tightly at a lower speed. It's going to be a really stable gun platform. This first iteration of Scramble, which is a brand that we want to exist for a long time, is set in the Battle of Britain. And we have a playable free demo that's up on Steam right now. It launched on June 10th for Steam Next Fest. And so you could go to Steam at the moment. You could wishlist the game. You could download the demo if you brought a computer along with you, or when you get home, and you can play it right now. This is a vertical slice of the game that we have on this demo. And so it's going to allow you to play a couple training missions just to get familiar with the mechanics. It's going to also give you a bunch of sort of preset missions that we've made for you. But then we also have just this instant action mission randomizer. So you can go in and throw yourself in like a 2v6 dogfight. You can give yourself a higher number. But really the bread and butter of Scramble at the moment is this instant action, because every single time you play, you can see that while this is a turn-based game, and there have been other turn-based dogfighting games, a lot of those games have been sort of like board game based. And so you might be like putting in a set maneuver, like a quarter roll or like a half loop or something. But that's not what happens in Scramble. You should be able to see right here that Sebastian has full control over the control surfaces in his aircraft. And we want to make sure that this game is accessible for people who are super familiar with airplanes and people who are not familiar with airplanes at all. So Scramble is going to control, in our default control mode, we have something that we call a turn climb assist. Sebastian pulled too hard and blacked out a pilot right there, which is good. I'm happy that this is exactly what we're demonstrating, because the depth of this game is the fact that every single time you play, it's going to be different, because it is fully simulation-based. And so in our default control scheme, which is the one that Sebastian is using at the moment, we have something called a turn climb assist enabled. And so when you fly an airplane, you do a lot of things. You mess with your ailerons, you mess with your rudders, but when you want to go and turn, that's a non-trivial maneuver for people who are not super familiar with airplanes. So we, in this turn climb assist, when you, on your turn axis, it's coupling some of your roll and some of your yaw control, so that basically when people move their sticks around, the airplane is going to move to the right when they press to the right, and it's going to move up and down when they press up and down. And that makes the control scheme pretty much as accessible as something like an Ace Combat game, but when it launches in full, we will have a full 3-axis control scheme that allows you to play with rudder and ailerons and elevators all independently. Sebastian's playing on a gamepad. The game controls fantastically on a gamepad. We have remappable controls, so this kind of community is probably going to be interested in if they'll be able to hook up their hands-on throttle and stick. I'm sure that you guys will be able to figure out how to hook up all of that stuff yourselves. It's all going to be independently mappable, so you'll figure it out. But it plays fantastic on a gamepad. It also plays great with mouse and keyboard. The game can be interacted with almost exclusively with the mouse, or almost exclusively with the keyboard. We give you camera and airplane controls available with both of those sets. And eventually, Scramble will launch with a Battle of Britain campaign. It'll have, you will be a squadron manager. You will maintain a squadron of pilots from the beginning to the end of a Battle of Britain campaign. All of your pilots will be unique. They'll all have specific traits that either boost or limit their capabilities in certain dogfighting situations while they're in the sky. They will get fatigued. They will die. We'll have permadeath in there, and so it'll be a pretty big, robust thing. So to close, I'd like to make sure that you guys all know that, oh, I thought that was, is this, no, that's the game.
Tab again. That's it.
That's the slides. So to close, you can find this game on Steam right now. You can download our demo as early as when you leave this show if you want. You can go, if you go to slytherin.com/scramble, that'll take you straight to our Steam page. So please go check it out, wishlist it, try the demo out. If you are interested in contacting me, if you're a customer, if you're a media person, if anything about this interests you, you can find all of my contact information here. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
All right, so it was not Harry Potter, so that's good. But I just thought it was funny. All three of us had a reaction to "They Can Die" for a bunch of Flight Simulator people. We don't die in Flight Simulator. What is that? So, but a very interesting new kind of game. Very strategy. It actually reminds me of being like the watching Top Gun and watching them review all of their maneuvers and stuff like that. So, very cool. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely right along the same lines of sort of where I was going with that. We have a tool that we use when we do our combat analysis in DCS that looks like they've sort of implemented right into the game. So that was a good call.
Very cool.
And I think it's cool that it's so accessible to people who may not know a lot about the planes from the Battle of Britain. Right. They may not have a lot of fancy flight equipment right away, so someone just getting into flight sim and thinks this is interesting can just hop on their mouse and keyboard or their game controller and hop in and give it a try.
Absolutely, absolutely. So with that, guys, we are going to take another approximately 10-minute break. Again, get some water, get hydrated. When we come back, we're going to be hearing from the likes of Navigraph, FlyInside, FlyingArt, Tobii, and plenty more. Hope you guys are finding this enjoyable and exciting. I know I am. We'll see you back in 10 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in a few moments.
That wasn't the Blackbird video, was it?
It was just a little tough.
That was, yeah, what the heck? Did they mistakenly play it?
We should also get a photo before
Absolutely.
runway.
And the karaoke bar.
All right, guys, take a seat.
Karaoke in years, but I was,
we are back. We're going to get started here. And coming up next, we have Micropose. It's going to be a video. The next video comes from a company that a lot of you remember as a hallmark in games and simulation. Seeing that logo appear in a few seconds may bring back some memories, like an old friend returning home. What is being shown today may be a surprise to some of you, but this old friend wants to expand and be closer to the flight simulation community in more than one way. We hope you enjoy it. Turn your attention to the screens. All right. What do you think about that? Man, we've been kind of on a warbird kick the last few presenters, but B-17, that looks amazing. Holy goodness. What do you guys think?
Oh, absolutely. The B-17 is probably one of the most iconic aircraft
Is
of
your mic
World War
on?
II. Probably not.
There we go.
There it goes. Hey,
Try it
hi
again.
guys. I'm back. Anyway, the B-17 is probably the most iconic aircraft of World War II. In my opinion, I always have to say that. the YouTube thing kicked in there for a second. But yeah, gorgeous aircraft.
Awesome. Looks cool. It looks very cool. Looks very cool. All right, coming up next here, we have a Navigraph. There's probably not very many people in this room that doesn't know Navigraph, but maybe there's a few. So I know I look at their charts every time I open my sim, so. Take it away.
Phil and Evan, what a show you're putting on. This is exciting. We're off to a good start, I feel. In the off chance that you might not know about Navigraph, we're a company based in Stockholm, Sweden, and we spent 2 long flights to get here, and the jet lag is just about to wear off. Very good. My name is Magnus Axholt, and together with Stephen O'Connell, we founded this company some 20 odd years ago. We were college buddies at the time, but that's a different story. We're here to do Navigraph Charts feature announcement. Joined on the stage is also Jason. You might know him from our YouTube channel. At Navigraph, he works as a technical support specialist because you know a darn lot about the SimBrief performance calculator, for instance. You also have a sweet voice that we use for the narration of our YouTube productions. You should go to the YouTube video. We have one on Miami, which is quite nice. But there are others as well. Am I coming across? Okay, cool. Right, so can we do a little poll here by just raise of hands? I just want to know how many of you out here who are Navigraph users. All right, thank you for your support. As you know, we are very tightly linked to the community. We have big ears and, believe it or not, small mouth. And we're listening really closely to what you guys want. So please come over to the booth afterwards and tell us exactly what you want for the future, and we will do our best to build it. Also in the booth, we have a little surprise for you. As you might not know, Navigraph has a side gig. We're also a food company, apparently. Previous shows, we have offered a hot sauce, which some of you still have in your fridges, I believe. In Houston last year, we offered a barbecue rub because we thought that would be fitting. And this year is no different. We have an apron in our booth that you can get. There's a little effort required on your part, but I'll tell you more once you come and see us, all right? Okay, so when we were in Houston, we showed you weather. We had weather overlays, but that was a year ago. And since then, a lot of things have happened. For instance, you know, you have one of these usually in your back pocket. Did you know that you can follow your flight on your iPhone while you're away, or Android for that matter, while you're making some tea or when you're at dinner? You can make sure that your transatlantic flight is going as planned. That's what we use telemetry for, right? We also listened to you guys. You needed the flight plan inside of Navigraph charts. So now the SimBrief OFP is viewable inside of charts. ATIS is in there. And, well, we're all armchair tourists, aren't we? So we want to fly around and say, hey, I can see my house from here. And that's what we use satellite maps for. There's another base layer in Navigraph charts that you might be interested in as well. There's another type of charts in there, the FAA sectionals. I hope you get good use of those. And back by popular demand, I would say, is the ability to scribble on your charts. You can do that with a stylus or with your fingers. Here's an interesting one. For all those VFR pilots out there, we have an improved land cover or a classification of land. So when you're following a say, a field or a pasture, or it borders to a forest, then it's much easier to make that mapping between the VFR chart and, it's much easier to make that mapping from the simulator over to the charts. That's what I wanted to say. Significant weather is also on here, and here you also see a little glance of something that we released just a few days ago. It's the ability to put up to 3 different weather layers simultaneously on the charts, so that you can see, here's the Doppler radar and the wind barbs along with significant weather. Derek at SimBrief, he coded up a thing which is very useful. You can now calculate 2 or more different routes and then compare which one you want. That's a nice one. And I hope you haven't missed the performance calculator. And then, of course, to all the developers out there, you know that we have APIs and we have a pretty crafty development department as well, and we love to work with you. So if you want to have Navigraph charts in your add-on aircraft, or if you want to use our AMDB data, for instance, or what might it be, just give us a shout at dev@navigraph.com and we'll make it happen. So, we're here for a feature release, and Stephen here will be performing a technical demo. Jason and I will have a little chat about the significance of this particular feature, and the feature is, drum roll,
All right, so the feature is traffic, online traffic, Navigraph traffic, and also ATC sectors, ATC control. This is the top-rated feature request in our wish list, and it's being asked for by you guys for many years, and we're very happy to be able to present this coming feature today. Now, I say coming because it's not released yet. It's currently in active development. We're still taking feedback, so if you want to try this out yourself, you can come to our booth. We will have a live demo there as well, and we'll be happy to talk to you about this and how we can develop this. I'll attempt now to do a technical demo. This is live with a bit shaky mobile connection, so bear with me. All right, so at the top here we have a new button called Networks. Let's press that. First thing that will happen is that we will show all the Navigraph pilots currently flying in real time. Now, Navigraph is not an ATC network. Navigraph is, you can call it a community of pilots and friends, right? Currently, we're tracking between 2,000 and 10,000 users simultaneously in real time. And with real time, I say 1 second update rate. So basically, these are all you guys flying with moving maps and Simlink running you're all on this map. You can, of course, interact with this. So let's click some random guy here. So we see this is a person flying 240 knots or so, 452 knots ground speed. You can see the flight path. This is still work in development, so we're going to flesh out the information you get about pilots. So this is currently what we're sort of working on, and we'll be happy to talk about this in our booth with you guys, how we can develop this sort of Navigraph network further. Let's leave Navigraph for now and check out Flightsim. So currently we're tracking 800 or so pilots flying on Flightsim, again in real time. 1 second refresh rate on all these pilots. So you can track anyone flying on Flightsim in real time. And for this, we have been working closely with Flightsim. I would like to thank Tim Barber, Flightsim president, and his team, especially Richard and Jacob, who have been working very closely with our developers. Of course, again, you can interact with these pilots in the same way. You get this information screen down here, and we're going to flesh out all the information you get from the pilots flying on Flightsim. Again, we can press IVAO and get the same type of real-time refresh also here. We've been working very closely with the IVAO web development team, especially David Chikachev for the smooth integration work here with a real-time connection. Now, checking the online pilots is one thing. We can enable this button here to see all the controlled airspaces currently. And again, everything is interactive here, so you get who's in control. Jordan here is controlling Salt Lake City, currently since 24 minutes, and that's his frequency. All right, so what you can also do is all these flight paths are in 3D, so you can check also the altitude all the aircraft are flying to see basically where they're coming from. You can see their approach, their descent, and we're also planning to show where they're actually going. All right, so this is the feature. Again, it's not released. There are still quite a lot of things that we're going to be working on here in the next coming months, and we'll be very happy to talk to you guys about what you think is important. We have already done so to build this, but the devil is in the details. So please come by our booth and check it out, and we're happy to talk to you. With this demo, I'm going to hand it back over to Magnus, and you can talk about this feature and why it's important.
Well, why it's important, what do you think, Jason? Why will people actually appreciate this and use it?
Yeah. Well, how many of you have flown on a Flightsim event before? Show of hands. It's a lot, right? The thing about when we're flying an event and we're going into an airspace, and we might pull up, I'm going to throw Jacksonville. You might throw Jacksonville up, and there's 15 Jacksonville centers, right? And we don't know which one to pick. And then you call a frequency in the first one, and they go, that's wrong frequency. Contact this one. With this, we're going to be able to see the sectors broken in. It's a work in progress, but that's going to happen. So that's huge for us as pilots and ATC. It saves us time.
Now, here's the thing. We would love for you guys to come to the booth and show us what is the last 5–10% that you want to add to this, or 100 for that matter, we don't care. Tell us everything that you want, and we'll make sure that it happens. We flew over quite a large team here, so I'm sure you'll find someone to talk to. Can we just have the Navigraph team get up so that we can say hello? So any one of us on the team is happy to speak to you and see what we can incorporate into this. Now, Stephen, can you tell us a little bit about what the additional interfaces will be that we plan to add? There was something about a profile view and something that you mentioned 3D and so forth.
Right. So, of course, it's important to see the flight from a top-down view, but to be able to see the flight path in 3D and also the change in airspeed, the change in altitude is important. So this is something we're going to add, probably as a little widget appearing at the bottom of the screen for any aircraft that you click. That's one example. We have many ideas, and we're happy to hear your feedback again about other ideas.
Right, and also I think people are curious. Could you mention something about the technical challenges that were needed to overcome to achieve something like this?
Well, it's the main challenge has been getting this real-time connection be as smooth as possible, both for our infrastructure, but also for the client. We don't want to bog down the end user's computer too much. So even though we're displaying about 10,000 aircraft moving in real time here, we have really tried to optimize this to have as little footprint as possible, which we've managed to achieve now. So that's been one of the biggest challenges.
I don't know if it's me or who it is, but Jason here would be really happy to take some of the questions from the floor.
You want to pick him?
I want to pick? All right. How about this gentleman over here? Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So the gentleman is asking about in the sectors there's a vertical structure as well. Can we speak to this?
It's something we're planning to add. We're investigating exactly how much we can get out of the different APIs that we're working with, but that's absolutely the goal, yes.
Front row over here.
On the Flightsim stuff, when you click on the sector, will it show, the actual frequencies and everything of every center and ground and
yes.
tower and all that?
Yes.
So
currently we're not showing ground and tower in this demo, only the sectors, but that's for sure added soon.
And for you folks in the back, the question was, if you click a sector, will you see all the frequencies in there? And the answer is yes. I believe there was a question, gentleman in the colorful shirt. You're wondering whether there will be a fix when you open the operational flight plan from SimBrief, and it makes what crash?
Just the entire sim crash.
Oh, the entire sim. I'm quite sure that will be fixed, yes. We can't have that. Yes, over here. Ah, interesting. Okay, yes. So the gentleman here is asking if we have taken the local computer performance into account when we do something like this, so it doesn't create too big of a footprint. Should you run the simulator alongside with charts? Is that correct? No, we haven't taken this into account. Of course. Well, that's actually for our CTO to answer.
Right now.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Of course, we want to be able to run this at the same time as a simulator. If you don't have a powerful PC, there might be some adaptations maybe in the update rate, depending on the available resources. We're not fully there yet, but for sure we're having this taken into consideration. Yeah.
Good point. Thank you.
This gentleman had a. Did you have your hand up before?
Yes, the gentleman in the gray shirt.
So now that you have the integration with VATSIM, will you be able to pull up the airport diagram with the gates and see who spawned at what gates?
Yes, sir. So the gentleman is asking whether or not we would have the airport overlay so that you can see specifically what aircraft is at what gate. So yes, we will. The traffic will be working down to the very smallest level.
Another neat thing is when you're flying with a friend, you have to call that person in front of you and say, what's your airspeed and altitude, like every 10 minutes, right? With this, you can just click on the target and you can see the ground speed. So,
we had a question over here, yes.
Somebody clicked on the user before, it wasn't showing like their actual profile name. Would you be able to see the profile name of the person?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Would you be able to mark yourself private so that they can
That's a very good question.
the ability to search for another person and
yes.
It makes them selected for it.
Yes. I'm just going to repeat your question to the people in the back. So the gentleman here is asking whether or not you can turn on and off your visibility, mainly for privacy reasons, I presume. That's at least why we are planning this function. And you also asked whether or not it would be possible to search for someone's user handle. And yes, the intention is to increase the possibility of connecting with other pilots eventually.
We'd love to do question and answer here forever because it's very interesting. We do have to move on, but they will be at a booth. And so if you have a question for them, an idea for them, that is going to be your opportunity tomorrow and Sunday to go check out the team. There's a lot of them, obviously. It's like a Swedish invasion. So, but anyway, fantastic stuff, Navigraph. It's always a pleasure to have you guys here. All right, panel, what do we think about the Navigraph?
The Navigraph is the Navigraph, and there's really not much more you can say other than they are the Navigraph.
Exactly.
It is. If you guys don't use Navigraph for your flight sim, you are missing out on so much. I mean, one of the things I didn't actually hear them talk about was the fact they added VFR sectionals this year too, and that was like, yes, we've been asking for that for 10 years. I can remember. So yeah, epic for me.
Yeah. Such like attention to detail, and I've had a Navigraph subscription for just 6 months now. I'm kind of late to the game, but still just diving into everything that's available. And they're obviously like just shout out to being responsive to the community, taking questions, adapting and adding new features based on what people are asking for. So that's nice to see too.
Absolutely. You can't say enough about a company that wants to come in, make a great product, constantly improve the product, but also is really intentional about reaching out to all of you guys to really find out, hey, what do you guys want for your sim? And so that's just a big thing for me. I know I've got a few little ideas that are not major things, but once he said you've got any ideas, I'm like, ooh, there's some things I can think of that would just make it that much better. So. I think we're now ready with the next group here. We've got FlyInside, and this is Rick Miller. So take it away, sir.
Why, thank you very much. How's everybody doing? You're having a good time? It's a good sit. This is a good expo, let me tell you. I do have to say I don't like carrying stuff quite so far on these hallways, though. 300 pounds back and forth, it's not as much fun as it sounds, I assure you. I don't know if anybody knows who FlyInside is. I'm going to do a stupid little PowerPoint, but then I'm going to get to the meat of the potato, which is we're releasing today 2 brand new helicopters. So that is the big deal for us. And you will be able to come into our booth where we have 4 flight sims, full cockpits set up, one of them full motion, 360 degrees. And you will be able to get on there. I did bring barf bags. I did. Because if you can't fly a helicopter well and you sit on the pedals, you are going to spin around really fast. So the only thing that'll set me off is that. If anybody knows me, I am a commercial professional pilot. I have been for many, many years. I've got 11,000 hours currently, somewhere in that neighborhood. I kind of stopped counting. I own helicopters. I own a Jet Ranger currently. You can fly it in the sim. It's Rick's livery, which is, I know, not very creative, but that's what it is. And then one of the new ones we're releasing, I own one of those as well. So I fly an awful lot. Helicopters are not the easiest thing in the world to fly. Anyone who has tried to do it will attest to that. FlyInside, and we just get to this. I got this cool logo. Just spins around. It's really neat. I like it. Yeah. So there it is. Woo, FlyInside, that's us. It's our new logo. Notice it has airplanes and helicopters on it. There is a reason for that, which may or may not be a surprise. So FlyInside, we've been developing flight simulators for many, many years. Who here remembers FSX? Yeah, that's my peeps right there. We did FlyInside FSX. We were the first people to allow you to fly in VR in a flight sim. And in my world, that was a game changer. Just having depth perception, the ability to look out the window, to lean out in a helicopter sim, that was pretty cool. And me personally, I started simulating, I don't want to tell you what year because it'll make me seem even older than I am, but Sublogic's FS1 on an Apple II. Not a 2 Plus, I wish I had one of those, 16K language card. But the day after I started flight simming, I started ground school in Jamaica, Queens, New York. And it's a long road from there, but every single sim that came out, I bought, I set up, I played with, and you just got to kind of know the limitations that you have within the sim environment. And tomorrow I'm doing what I like to call a TED Talk on that. It's on your schedule. It's helicopter flight dynamics realism in the flight simulator environment. It's not easy to do. So here we go. Since our first product, we are pushing the boundaries of what you can see and play with in technology. Now with flight dynamics. So we're expanding. The original owner of the company, a guy named Dan Church, you may have talked to. I bought the company from him about just a little less than a year ago now. He still works with us, but he's now, believe it or not, an airline pilot. So Dan's kind of moved up and out. Here's our revolutionary Bell 47. It was the first helicopter with real dynamics in MSFS, and we keep updating it. As you can see, we've updated it 18 times since it was released. There's an update, actually, they'll probably be released tomorrow for it, which adds a few features, and we can talk about that later on. The G3B variant will be coming out later this year. That's a turbocharged engine. So all you guys that want to do Mont Blanc, you can now do that without making it, 800-pound helicopter and taking all the parts off of it. So the next one we came out with, that's my paint job on my aircraft, so I had to get it in there somewhere. And the legend that's the Bell 206, there were over 15,000 of these made in various variants, and they're still flying today. I can attest to that. So we've done 17 updates since we released it in December of 2022, and we've just released an update. Microsoft has it in their hand, but we all know about Marketplace. It may take a little while for them to decide to actually post it. If you want, you can always buy it from our website directly, and then you will get the updates immediately as soon as we release them. So coming soon, I know a lot of you guys are DCS guys and military guys. We are doing the OH-58A and B models, which has a different engine, and also the 206A model, which my helicopter represents right up there. And you will have some stuff like, weapons. So that might be kind of interesting. So this year, we've expanded. Now that we have a much, much larger team, we can release many more things much quicker than we've ever done before. And we have agreements that I've signed with a bunch of major manufacturers. We now own the IP. So that means that we will be the sole source supplier for them. They're going to be using our aircraft for training. We have our own FlyInside flight simulator. Anybody know that one? We released it as a consumer product, and now it's a commercial product, and Bell Helicopter is using it, as well as quite a few other companies. And we're going to soon be certified to be able to use MSFS for the scenery in a PCATD, an approved device. We're going to get to level 5 probably next year. So if you want, you can start logging the time if you have the correct hardware, which is a very cool thing as far as I am concerned. Towards that end, we have to replace the MSFS flight dynamics model. If any of you guys know our products, We are only using Microsoft Flight Simulator for scenery because it's beautiful. Let's face it, no other sim looks quite so good right now. But it's limiting because Asobo decided that helicopters weren't really the most important thing to them, so they did it as best they could, and they did a really good job, but they're really focused on gamers rather than hardcore simmers. So if you want to have something that you can hop in and fly around like a hero, more power to you. That's fun, that's the way you want to fly. But if you want to learn how to fly an actual helicopter, it is not the easiest thing in the world. If it was, more than 1% of all certificated pilots would be helicopter pilots. So it's hard, but it's a super rewarding thing to do. In our Heli Manager app, which is part of the WASM file, you can actually slide down the realism and up the stability, so you can fly it like a UFO if you want to, but the goal is to fly it in its native state. So, without further delay, our promised new helicopter releases for Flightsim Expo 2024. I have kept this very secret. I wouldn't even tell Evan what it was. And people have been pumping me for information. So we're going to do one turbine, and we're going to do one piston. And there is method to my madness. And without further ado, here they are. It's the Rotorway 162F and the Rotorway Jet Exec, which is not actually a Rotorway product, but the cards have been updated. So the reason we picked these specifically is because they're attainable. If you learn how to fly in a flight sim and you fly our Rotorway R162F, you can actually go out, find yourself one for about $40,000 or $50,000, and you can fly it. That means that you could actually translate your flight sim experience to a real aircraft. That says something. And you know what? It's fun. I have a 162, which actually I don't. I have an Exec 90, which is the earlier one that I built a mechanical fuel injection system for, so I don't have to deal with computers. Crazy, right, for a computer company? FADEX blue screen of death when you're flying in the air. Well, death could be part of that equation. So these are not super fast. They're very, very, very maneuverable. The Jet Exec has a nice turbine in it. Everybody loves the smell of Jet A in the morning. So let's get into a little details here. One of the easiest ways to go from flight simulation to flying in the real world. Try it. Could be in your future. They're a lot of fun to fly. They're small enough to keep in your garage, if you have a reasonable sized garage. So, of course, it comes with half a dozen liveries right now, and we'll be releasing many, many, many more. We have a thing where if you guys want a custom livery, go on Discord, go on our channel, ask for it, send a bunch of pictures, and our guys will make it for you, put it in the next update, so anybody you fly with gets to see your livery. You don't have to go and download something separate. The other thing a lot of people don't know is FlyInside products. If you go to our updates page and download it, any of them, and then you play multiplayer with somebody who owns one of our products, you can see them in the product. You can't fly it, but you can see it. So we offer that for free. So coming up, next one is the Jet Exec. Again, quite a few. This one's different because it is a full glass cockpit. That's an Odyssey Enigma, which of course discontinued because it was good and inexpensive, and nobody does good and inexpensive anymore. So it is what it is. You get jets and glass cockpits and inexpensive in the same language, in the same sentence. That's pretty odd. And we're moving on. So we're going to do a show-only bundle, $64.95 for both helicopters, updates for life for free, like every one of our products. This will be live by the show probably opening tomorrow. I couldn't put it up there because then everybody would know what I was selling, right? So this is going to be the show bundle. You can buy, you get 2 for 1. I will at some point be doing a bundle for all 4 of our aircraft, and with all the updates and all that kind of thing. So next, what's next for us? So in the coming months, we're going to add a bunch of feature updates, a new pro pilot training. We're adding failure modes. Right now, pretty much all the systems are modeled for failures. You can overspeed the rotors, you can blow up, you can do hot starts. Those are very expensive for Jet Ranger people. And VRS is modeled, RBS is modeled, all these acronyms that nobody cares about. But all of that stuff actually functions as it should. But what we're going to do is give you the ability to decide to randomly have those occur while you're flying. So that'll up your pucker factor just a bit. So watch the instruments, listen, watch for vibrations that are weird. Might save your life. Agricultural spraying, that's done already, but we're turning it into a mini game. So you'll be able to pick some fields, mark out a territory, and actually do the spraying with GPS. like it's done in the real world. Working weapons for military variants, no, you won't be able to destroy anything. Microsoft frowns upon that kind of thing because they're peaceful. Hey man, what is it, peace, love, dope? Or vegetable peace for all if you're a Young Ones fan. So they will spark and do stuff, but unfortunately they won't blow up. So there's a bunch more of those kinds of features coming. We've got 4 more helicopters. Composite Effects, who makes the Mosquito, we are doing all of their aircraft, and we have the IP to do it, and they will be using it for flight training on their own trainer. Some of you have seen them. They're very inexpensive, and they're doing experimental helicopters the right way. You go to them and build it with them, so you know it's going to be done properly. So it's the Mosquito XEL, which is a lightweight engine, the XE, a little more power, the XE290, I call Big Bertha, all piston, and the XET turbine, which also uses a Solar T62. Next, we are doing Enstroms. We've signed a deal with Enstrom to do all theirs for training, and they wanted us to do all their legacy stuff, which we will. And I used to own an F-28A, which is a dog. It looks like a toad, but it's a really fun helicopter to fly, 3-bladed, fully articulated rotor system, elastomeric bearings. That's going to be done. Also, the military training variants will be also done. Next, very slow. This is the secret, guys. This is what you came to see. We are doing the Gazelle. For many years, I owned a Gazelle. I love flying it. It is a pilot's machine. And then Turbomeca said, oh, by the way, we're not going to do engine overhauls anymore. You can go piss up a rope. So a company in Hungary bought the entire manufacturing line, and the FAA said, oh, you can't buy anything from them. It's not certified. So if anyone knows Callaway Cars, they made the twin-turbo Corvette. Anybody remember this from the 80s? Reeves, who unfortunately just passed away recently, he was my partner in this helicopter, and we flew the hell out of this thing. And we're going to do both variants, all 4 really. The D, the G, which has the smaller Astudillo 3A, and the 14, which is the bigger horsepower one. Soon to be, that's 2025. You'll start seeing pictures of it now that it's out of the bag. But we've already got it flying in our simulator, FlyInside Flight Simulator. So we're just cleaning up the art and putting all the new instruments in it. Fast, maneuverable, and sexy. What else? We got fully functional SCAS and stability augmentation. You've been asking for it, we got it. It's coming out probably in the next month or so. And then after that, a fully functioning autopilot. Right? Yes, for helicopters, you will be able to fly anyway. Dick Smith, who I have the rights, I don't know if anyone has our Jet Ranger, but we've got VHDIK, which is the one he used to fly around the world solo. More power to him, because I wouldn't do that. But that had an autopilot, a very rudimentary Collins 841H, and we will have that functioning with nav and GPS coupling. Then there's going to be an internal cockpit tablet pad for additional features, like the ag spraying and that kind of thing. No more external heli manager management console. Everything's going to be inside. We only had to do that for DRM purposes. It wasn't in the marketplace version. You click on a switch in the cockpit, you get a little pop-up. That'll be done probably with the next update release. Thank you. Come and visit us at our booth. We're at 3:30. We've got the Sims. We'd love to talk to you guys, hear what you want or don't want, or what you like and don't like. I just want to have a few minutes left, 5:47 according to the shot clock. I'm happy to take questions about anything that we do at this point. Yell them out.
Actually, we're a little behind our time, actually, so we need to move on if you're actually done. I'm sorry.
You're not going to let anyone ask me questions?
They'll come to your booth, so it's even better. I'm sorry.
It says I got 3 minutes and 26 seconds.
I know, and you did us a favor by ending early. That's what happened.
Oh, I see. See that?
But that is awesome. I know a number of people in here that are really into the helicopter flying stuff, and I've tried my hand at helicopters, and I am not a good helicopter pilot. So it's an entirely different kind of flying altogether. But they're very cool. So what are you guys' thoughts on what we just saw?
Well, I've actually used a couple of the FlyInside products, and they're definitely on par. They're tough. The thing about helicopters is going from fixed wing to helicopters is, with fixed wing, it's turn. With helicopters, it's turn. And if you don't remember that, it's turn. So they're definitely really good products, though. I'm excited for them. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah. Have you tried helicopters before?
I have never tried flying a helicopter. It's probably something that I ought to do, and so maybe I'll try out one of the FlyInside products in the near future. Yeah, it's really exciting though to see all the new models coming out that they're bringing out.
It's really exciting to see how much just variety we have within the flight sim community nowadays. I mean, compared to where we've come over time, not only that, but with multiple platforms as well. So with that, we're going to move right along to try and get back on time here. And we have FlyingArt is here to talk with us. I believe you are Arthur, so the floor is yours.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Arthur. We flew there from Poland a few days ago. Who have been to Poland? Wow, I'm surprised. And how many of you heard about FlyingArt? Maybe SimBrief panel, that's one of my products. Perfect. So I'm super pleased to be here today with all of you. I started my journey as Flightsim add-on developer 1 year ago, starting by SimBrief panel, followed by Simbox for MSFS and Explain, and I'm super glad to be here today. So I'm here today to present you the latest project, Kabii. Kabii is very young. It was released 1 week ago, and there's still a lot of things to be improved, of course, but I act fast. I've already did about 10 updates in 1 week, following users' input. Kabii is an AI tool that lets you generate cabin crew announcements for MSFS and Explain. All announcements are done in the cloud, so it's FPS friendly. Let's take a look at how it looks like. Kabii integrates with SimBrief, so it fetches all the data like origin and destination, weather information, flight time, and so on. You can customize all the data that were fetched from SimBrief. You can change languages that will be used for voice generation, as well as airline name, origin city, and destination city. At the very top, you can see voices. You can select voices that will be used for captain and for crew. Okay, so let's take a look at some of the features of Kabii. So all the voices are generated by AI. Most of the texts are scripted now. However, there will be more and more AI involved in that. It works with Microsoft and Explain. You can hear the announcements made by a captain and the crew. It has SimBrief integration, as I mentioned before. In each language, you can hear in each flight, you can hear multiple languages. So, for example, if you're flying from London to Warsaw, you will hear announcements in English and Polish. You can, of course, update it if you need to. For example, if you're flying German national football team, you can change it to German. And one of the features is custom voices. You can record your own voice, your wife's voice, or whoever you want, if you have permission. And you'll hear their announcements as a captain or a cabin crew. So I'd like to show you how custom voices will look like. For that, let me please introduce my lovely wife, who is here with me today.
Hello, everyone. My name is Elizabeth, the better half. Above all, I'm also pleased to be today with you. This is my second time at FS Expo, and I really enjoy it. Okay, so my main role is that my voice is used as a crew as a crew member named Elizabeth. You can find me in Premium Voices library. Now I'm sure you know how I sound in real life. So let's move on and see what Kabii can do with my voice.
Of course, Ella is premium voice, as you could hear. So there's a short preview how she speaks in more than one language. Hopefully, yes.
Welcome aboard on this LOT Polish Airlines flight from Warsaw to London. Willkommen an Bord dieses LOT Polish Airlines Fluges von Warschau nach London. Bienvenido a bordo de este vuelo de LOT Polish Airlines desde Varsovia a Londres. Witamy na pokładzie polskich linii lotniczych LOT z Warszawy do Londynu. Bienvenue à bord de ce vol LOT Polish Airlines de Varsovie à Londres.
Yeah.
Benvenuto a bordo del volo LOT Polish Airlines da Varsavia a Londres. Bem-vindo a bordo desse voo da LOT Polish Airlines de Varsovia para Londres.
We'll try again in a second. I guess it's because of this USB-C hub.
Welcome aboard on this LOT Polish Airlines flight.
You can try to repeat this in using your mic.
No, thank you.
Maybe the output.
London.
Oh, okay, yep, go ahead, do that. Go back full screen.
All right, we'll try to put the mic near to the MacBook speakers.
Welcome aboard on this LOT Polish Airlines flight from Warsaw to London. Willkommen an Bord dieses LOT Polish Airlines Fluges von Warschau nach London. Bienvenido a bordo de este vuelo de LOT Polish Airlines desde Varsovia a Londres. Witamy na pokładzie polskich linii lotniczych LOT z Warszawy do Londynu. Bienvenue à bord de ce vol LOT Polish Airlines de Varsovie à Londres. Benvenuto a bordo del volo LOT Polish Airlines da Varsavia a Londra. Bem-vindo a bordo deste voo da LOT Polish Airlines de Varsóvia para Londres.
All right, sorry for that. Right. Okay, so hope you're still there. That was a short example how AI can take one voice and output it as another voice in multiple languages. So Kabii creates announcements for each stage of the flight, like taxi, safety announcement, descent information, and so on. Here's another short example how it looks like in Sim. Hope it works this time.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the crew, I ask that you please direct your attention to the crew members as we review the emergency procedures.
Cabin crew, prepare for takeoff.
We are now climbing to our cruising altitude. We will be starting our in-flight service shortly. You can find our sky menu in the seat pocket in front of you. Wir steigen jetzt auf unsere Reiseflughöhe. Wir werden in Kürze mit unserem Bordservice beginnen. Unser Sky-Menü finden Sie in der Sitztasche vor Ihnen. Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned off the seatbelt sign. You may now move around the cabin, but we recommend that you keep your seatbelt fastened while seated in case of unexpected turbulence.
All right, please let me move forward as I'm running out of time. So Kabii is live for over a week right now. Here are some statistics. There was over 6,500 flights, and almost 1 million characters generated by AI. I think it's all right for a small project developed by one person. I hope it grows. There were a lot of feedback from my current users. here are some of the changes that are planned for the next weeks and months. So a lot of users need custom security briefing audio, so you can upload like British Airways audio or American Airlines, and you want just to hear it. Announcements text preview, it's like you can have small text and see what is currently set and what eventually will be set. More AI, as I said, most of the scenarios are scripted now. Not all of them, but a lot of them. So I want to put more AI into it, so Kabii will react better. Flight stage detection improvements, so now it uses only simulator events. And GSX integration would be great, that's said by users. And of course, voices improvements, so like dialects. If you're flying in North America, you'll hear a North American accent. If you're flying in UK, you'll hear UK accent. So Kabii currently is at $29. It's flat rate for lifetime. Up to the end of this weekend, you can use this code for 50% off. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. It's exciting to see this year, more so than last year, obviously, but exciting to see just how much AI is playing a role into the flight simulation space. And we were talking about earlier how creative this community is. I'm not one of those people generally. I just think flights, airplane, what else is there to do? But everybody has such an interesting take on what you could add, and AI is giving us even more ways to do that and more avenues to go. It's just really fascinating.
And the customized voices, like you could have Gormfield's voice.
I don't even know what Gormfield sounds like.
Right? Like we all can know.
Now we just
He can tell you to sit back down in your chair.
Oh my goodness. All right, well, next up we have Tobii. Pleased to present Tobii back to the show this year. They've been supporting the National eSTOL landing competition, the Thrustmaster booth, and plenty more. So let's see what updates you guys have. Welcome, Tobii.
Thanks for having me. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this session where we will put a spotlight on a new feature that enhances immersion in a very new and intuitive way. A feature that solves an age-old problem in head tracking. My name is Thomas, and I'm with Tobii Gaming. I would like a show of hands. Who of you has experience using head tracking? Wow. I'm impressed. That's more than half of the people here, I think. Okay, so we have been building head tracking since 2001. Eye tracking and head tracking devices. They sense your intent and attention. And our latest model, the Tobii Eye Tracker 5, allows for gearless head and eye tracking. It enables you to control the in-game camera by using your eye and head movements. Some games also take advantage of the unique capabilities that eye tracking offers with things like gaze-based target selection. So the Tobii Eye Tracker 5 gives you an amazing feeling of immersion, right? As if you're there in the game. And it's compatible with a large number of titles. It's the perfect solution for longer play sessions because you don't have to wear anything on your head. You sit down and it just works. We pride ourselves in the robustness of the signal, its accuracy, and the ability to play in any lighting condition, from a very bright and sunny room to pitch darkness. And glasses, even aviators, are no problem. The feeling of being able to look around while getting to keep your hands on your favorite control system is truly remarkable. And the eye tracker mounts under the screen. And in this case, we have a typical sim setup, truck sim in this case, regular 16:9 monitor, And the problem I hinted at earlier also applies to ultrawides. It's the problem in head tracking of wanting to look around in the game beyond the range of motion of your head while still looking at the monitor. And we've been working with the community to solve this problem and to polish it across different situations. For example, we've been hearing that I would like to use head tracking to look over my shoulder down at the runway. I would like to look behind me in a dogfighting situation. Or I'd like to even look at overhead instruments. So typically, how would you achieve that using traditional head tracking? How do you get bigger camera rotation in the game? Anyone? Yep. So you can crank up the sensitivity, or you can use an acceleration curve. That's the kind of old way of doing it. This has created an entire, I would say, art of making curves and people exchanging the best settings. The problem is you have to get used to that curve, that acceleration curve. And it's not intuitive, and it's also not dynamic. It's one curve and you're stuck with it. And if you increase the sensitivity of the head tracking, it's even worse, because it means that the small micro movements that we normally already make, they get exaggerated, and that's not a great experience. But we crack this. Introducing Camera Boost. Camera Boost creates an additional boost to your head tracking when you rotate your head towards where you're looking on the screen. Might be difficult to wrap your head around, but the boost basically gets stronger the further away from the center of the screen you're looking, and the more your head rotates in the same direction as you're looking. Actually, this is how things work in the real world. If we have, let's say, in a dogfighting situation, you pick up an enemy fighter in the corner of your eye. First, your eye moves there, if you would be in a real cockpit. Then your head would follow really quickly. So we've looked at our normal biological behavior, and we've basically applied this in our algorithms. So here's an example. In this example, you can see a user looking to the far top right. And in this case, it would cause a big increase in head tracking if he or she would move their head into that direction. And here's another example where the user looks a little bit to the bottom left. In this case, it would cause a very slight increase in head tracking sensitivity into that direction. Now, this is great for VFR flying, when you need to see out of the cockpit, but also great for other types of flying where you need to look at all the instruments IFR, no matter where in the cockpit those instruments are located. Now, we have just released this feature in a big space simulation game, Star Citizen, and I want to roll a quick video of a Tobii ambassador called Obsidian Ant.
Camera Boost feature takes into account what you're actually looking at with your eyes whilst you're making head movements, and this overall makes head tracking feel way more natural. For example, if I look towards the left of the screen and then turn my head right, you can see the camera turns to the right. However, it never goes quite so far as to make the object I'm looking at go out of frame. In other words, the Camera Boost system is taking what I look at into account when moving the camera. The camera moves smoothly, and what I'm looking at somewhat restricts how far the camera will actually rotate. It's an intelligent system that just makes everything feel way more natural, and I think that probably speaks for itself. Now, on the other hand, if I'm to look to the right and also move my head to the right, the game understands that I'm actually trying to see much further to the right. Therefore, the camera rotates much faster. And not only that, if I keep my eyes looking to the right, the camera actually has a greater degree of motion. Notice how now the camera isn't restricted, but actually very quickly looks over my right shoulder. I think it's self-explanatory what the Camera Boost feature then will do for situational awareness in the game. And not only that, it adds immensely to the immersion. The same tracking method works regardless of whether you're in your ship, walking around, or simply sitting down and chilling out.
Right, in this case you probably noticed a little bubble. That's just for illustration purposes, so you can get an idea of exactly where, in this case, Obsidian Ant is looking at. So Camera Boost is available today in DCS, in Star Citizen, and in War Thunder. And it's coming soon to Arma 3, Elite Dangerous, and X-Plane. And we hope to announce more future games soon. And this weekend, you can try Camera Boost yourself, because I can talk about it, try to explain it, but you have to just experience it yourself, how intuitively this works. And you can try it out in DCS over at the booth of our friends at Thrustmaster. Thanks very much for your attention, and see you on the show floor. Tobii out.
All right, thank you, Tobii. I know for me personally, I'm kind of newer to the Tobii Eye Tracking thing. I love it, but what he talked about just now was one of the biggest things for me, is trying to figure out the curves. And I really like the idea of integrating. I usually turn the eye part off and just have it track my head, because my eyes would go all over the place and it moves. But that is actually utilizing the eyes to damp the head movement accordingly, like you would in real life, and that's really cool. I'm excited to try that.
Yeah, I love my Tobii Eye Tracker. That's awesome. And for people who are attending this expo in person and being able to go and like actually try that out, I think with Tobii Eye Tracking, it's really about trying it out.
Yes.
It's really a sort of like intuitive, experiential kind of experience. It's not something you can watch all the videos you want, but trying it out really shows you what it's about.
For me, you hit it right on the head, it's the curves. Especially given the fact that from one aircraft to the other, one sim to another, it can be completely different. And so you never find that comfort zone. He hit it on the head when he was talking about, then you have to relearn the curves. If you go with that really strong curve, then everything in this range is so narrow. So that's a really cool feature. Looking forward to seeing that in action. I have a Tobii, so we'll see what happens. I'm excited for that.
Factual's right, though. It is an experiential thing.
Yes.
So make sure you go try that out. If you're on the fence about a Tobii Eye Tracker or even any kind of head tracking, it's one of those things where this is why the expo is so important. You can actually try stuff that otherwise you have to spend a lot of money just to hope it works well for you. So up next, we have Colin from representing Sofly.io. And following the announcement of Animals at last year's show, let's hear from Sofly.io, one of the most exciting add-on developers for Microsoft Flight Simulator. And after Sofly, we're going to wrap up our FS Expo Friday with our 2024 headliner, Laminar Research. So Sofly, take it away.
Thanks very much. So, I'm not going to say anything. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So hello everyone, my name is Callum from Sofly. You may recognize me from other places as well, but I love developing products, and today I'm pleased to announce our USB Ultimate Bundle, which as you saw contains 11 products, all for the value of $70. But I'm not here just to kind of advertise stuff. I have a bunch of other things as well to talk to you about today. So we do have other bundles on sale as well, which includes our Weather Enhancement Pack, our World Enhancement Pack, and for those 24% of you who are brand new to Flight Simulation, we have our Sim Starter Bundle as well, which contains our Guide to Flight Simulator, our Aircraft Checklist Pro, and also soon Better Camera Presets Pro as well. So I'm here today to talk about 3 different things with you. That is just the first thing, is our bundles. But the second thing I'm going to talk to you about today is Eco Soundscapes, our most recent product. We released this about 2 weeks ago, had some fantastic feedback, and essentially, if you've not heard of it, it will inject sounds across the world that will enhance Microsoft Flight Simulator from cities, airports, forests, rivers, you name it, there is a new sound for it. Now, we had lots of feedback initially, so I'm just going to present to you 3 different things that are coming from our roadmap today. The first one is going to be new aircraft environmental sound effects. So this will be local to different aircraft sizes and also feature a large bank of sounds as well. So this is the default 747 within the sim, and we've added a bunch of extra sounds to it just to give you that extra little bit of realism. The second part of the roadmap will be ATC chatter. So this is fantastic, especially if you're going to be using it on Xbox. And all it does is it will regionalize locations. So if you're flying above UK airspace or US airspace, you will hear specific sound effects to that region. And also it will be very realistic depending on your phase of flight. So if you're in the cruise, for example, you're going to hear from control. But if you're on the ground, you're going to hear more of the ground conversations as well. So here's just a very quick sample of that.
Bluebird 729, speed 250 knots.
250 knots, Bluebird 729.
Aegean 602, reduce the holding speed now.
We're using holding speed now, Aegean 602.
Bluebird 347, reduce speed 250 knots.
And then finally, the last part of the roadmap today for Eco Soundscapes is our global automated sounds. So we heard your feedback. There are some sounds that are missing, but that is a technical issue that we are working on, and it will be coming out very soon. And also, we're going to get rid of the performance issues because now, instead of it being localized to different locations, it is going to be across the world. So it doesn't matter where you're flying, we're going to be able to pick up exactly where you're flying, what time of day, and you're going to hear crickets at night, you're going to hear birds during the day, and all sorts of other cool sounds. Again, here's just a very quick preview for you. They're quite subtle sounds, but it does add that extra level of immersion. So, as I said, we have 3 things for you today, and I have one more thing. But if you do have any questions, please do come by booth 600, where you'll meet some of the fantastic team from Sofly, and we'll be able to share a little bit more about what we have coming up next. But now, please sit back, relax, and enjoy this video.
Good morning, Captain.
Morning. I've got your fuel report.
Do you want cream with your coffee?
Good morning, everyone, and welcome on board your American Airlines flight to Las Vegas.
Thanks for the fuel report.
The final aircraft door is now closed, so please make sure all portable equipment is now in flight safe mode or switched off. Cabin crew, arm doors, and prepare for the safety demo.
In preparation for departure, be certain that your seat back is straight up and your tray table is stowed. Make sure that your carry-on items are placed completely under the seat in front of you. Portable telephones are not approved for use in flight. However, you may use certain other electronic devices when advised by your crew. There are 8 emergency exits on this aircraft, 2 at the front, 2 at the rear, and 4 in the middle. Take a moment to locate the exit nearest you. On behalf of the captain and your entire crew, it is our pleasure to have you aboard.
Final flight of the day.
Cabin crew, doors to automatic and cross-check. Please prepare for a manual demo. There is a safety card in your seat pocket. In the unlikely event of an emergency, if the cabin pressure drops, oxygen masks will drop in front of you. Put your own mask on before helping others with theirs. Pull the mask towards you, put it over your nose and mouth and breathe normally.
Now that we're in the air, just a few safety reminders. When seated, keep your seatbelts fastened. We will be out with a drink service and duty-free shortly.
We hope you're enjoying your flight with us.
Now please sit back and relax whilst we prepare our first service for you.
As we reach our cruising altitude, we want to give you the chance to sit back and relax.
Your comfort is important to us, so we'll leave you now to relax and enjoy your flight.
Pretty peaceful flight so far. Got any plans when we get to Vegas?
We have an incident in the cabin. Someone is a bit intoxicated and people in the galley. Can you put on the fasten seatbelt sign?
The weather at our destination is looking bad with lots of rain. We may have to hold for a little bit once we get closer.
We are now approaching our destination. So now please put your seats in the upright
position, tray tables away, armrests down and window blinds open.
The cabin crew will now pass through completing their final checks in preparation for landing. For your safety, please remain seated until the captain has turned off the fasten seatbelt sign and we have come to a full and complete stop.
When opening lockers, do take care in case anything has fallen out and remember to take everything with you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you so much for flying with us. Cabin crew, doors to manual.
Shots attached. You're free to disconnect the parking brake.
Welcome to Las Vegas. Thank you for choosing to fly with us today, and we wish you a fabulous stay.
There we go. There's an important caveat there at the end, the one price, no subscription. That's awesome. But it's one word comes to mind is, or I guess it's two, mymersion, I think is the phrase. Just adding in more levels of immersion through all these different things, cabin announcements. And is it, once you deboard the passengers, is that when the dinosaurs come and eat them? I'm not sure. I wasn't clear.
Oh, you went to that park too?
Yeah, I was waiting for that. I was waiting for the Jurassic Park music to swell, and then the T-Rex comes and just eats half the passengers, but that didn't happen.
Yeah, no, I got let down too. They said he was sick that day.
Yeah. Do we just change the like time and date?
Yeah, maybe
like
go back.
Yeah.
What's the 747 doing here in the Cretaceous period? I don't understand. We're about to welcome on board our final group from Laminar, our headliner for FS Expo. And I'm not going to get another chance to do this, I don't think. So before they start their presentation, I just want to give a shout out real fast to Evan and Phil. I don't know how much you guys realize they do to put this show on. And it's you may have heard Evan say earlier, this is not his full-time job. This is a part-time gig for him and Phil. They do this in their off time to do this for us. And it is an amazing feat, especially when we have to change hotels at the last minute too. So can we put our hands together real quick for Evan and Phil? All right, thank you guys. You have been a wonderful audience. We're going to turn it over to our final presenter, Laminar Research, the creators of X-Plane. Let's hear what you have to say.
Hey guys, good evening. My name's Thompson. This is Ben, our senior developer. Ben, how many years have you been working for Laminar?
It's measured in decades.
Okay, so it's older than I am, but that's okay. And yeah, we're really happy to be back here at FS Expo in Vegas, super fun. Our team has been preparing for this for, a long time. The Wolf Pack is coming together, it's gonna be great. We have a nice big crew coming this year and a booth over there in the main thing. But the really big news that we want to share is that 12.1 is finally in RC. We're really happy about that. So,
thank you.
So Ben, tell us a little bit more about what's in RC and what's coming after.
Let's see. So X-Plane 12.1.0 is our biggest patch to X-Plane 12 since we released. It is as big as the previous 2 patches combined. We touched a ton of stuff. It's a really big graphics update for us. We got in bloom and depth of field, as well as a screenshot tool, so people have been taking really great photos with it. A whole bunch of quality improvements to the graphics, new particle effects. Try having your landing gear collapse, scrape an engine. It looks really, really cool. It's also a really big update to the weather engine. We did a lot of work on how we blend clouds together, especially when real weather is on and you have different storm systems coming together. And it's actually also a big update for our systems avionics. The G1000 got an upgrade. We put in an entirely new API for third parties to create their own glass displays. It's going to have much better performance. This was just a really big release for us. Here's a couple pictures of the clouds, of the night views. We gave Las Vegas an update because we had to, because we were coming here. And our add-on developers got into this too, and they took some really nice pictures using the new screenshot tool. So this has been a big release for us, but we have more stuff coming. So in a few minutes, we want to tell you about some of the things that the development team is working on now that we're hoping to get to you really soon. And the first area is some new things coming with X-Plane's avionics. We are putting synthetic vision into X-Plane's G1000. So this is going to be synthetic vision. You'll be able to see terrain, water, obstacles, as well as things from your flight plan and route built into the sim. This will also work with add-on aircraft that use our G1000. And we're driving this off of the data we already have on your graphics card, so it should be very high performance. We're hoping not to have a frame rate hit, even though you get all of this extra detail. So here's a picture of what it looks like. This is an approach, and you can see the arc that the GPS expects you to fly as hoops in the sky, as well as terrain and obstacle avoidance. So that's going to be a really nice improvement to the G1000. We're also working on weather radar, and this is a realistic simulation of how the weather radars work in an airliner. So it's not just a map of radar, it's actually sweeping up and back. You can tilt it just like in a real airliner. If you tilt the plane, you can fly with or without stabilization. And once again, we're doing this on the graphics card using the data we already have so that we can get all this detail and still have it be high performance. The weather radar also does ground reflections, right? So it's a radar if you're flying and there's a mountain ahead, it's going to bounce off the mountain. Let's see if we can get the video going. So this is just a little bit of in-game capture of our 737 with the new radar, and Philip is flying into Innsbruck. And if you've ever flown into Innsbruck, you know that the mountains are next to you, they're above you, and what you see is that the terrain reflections are showing up on the radar, and you can see the sweep going up and back in the simulation. So we're pretty excited about that. A couple more things we're working on. Dark cockpits. We've done a lot of work on X-Plane 12 since it shipped, and this is probably the one biggest thing that we hear about most, is that the cockpits are too dark. So there's really two issues here. The first question is the image we're rendering correct? Is X-Plane's lighting model doing the right thing? And the answer to this is actually yes. We spent a bunch of time looking at it, and we're pretty sure the lighting is working the way it should. The second question is this something that you would like to fly? And the answer to that is absolutely not. The cockpits are wicked dag. Here's a picture that I sometimes show of my son in a real Airbus cockpit, and you can see that the sky is really bright and the cockpit's really dark. Here's the thing. This picture was from my iPhone 10 years ago, and it's a lousy looking picture, right? No one actually wants to fly a flight sim that looks like this. The problem we have is exposure. We have the right lighting model, but what we don't have is your brain. Your brain takes all these different light levels and allows you to see really bright things and really dark things at the same time. So we made this roadmap after X-Plane 12 shipped of what we wanted to do. We wanted to fix any bugs in the lighting model we could find, and we did find some. They were mostly color bugs and not brightness bugs. We wanted to do more careful measurements of the real world. So we give light meters to real pilots, we do ray traces, we have a bunch of things we do to try to validate that the lighting is right, and we're mostly done with that, and we think the lighting is right. And then the final step is, if the lighting is right, but the exposure looks ugly, it's time to fix exposure. So what we're going to do is bring back exposure fusion. Exposure fusion is a feature that you might have in your smartphone that takes an image and exposes different parts of the image at different brightnesses in a way that looks realistic but lets you see more detail. So let me show you a picture. This is a 3-part image of a really difficult scene for X-Plane. This is a hard case. This is Innsbruck with thunderstorms, with the sun directly behind the clouds with silver linings and blooms, and the Airbus cockpit backlit. So this is a really hard scene with bright outside world and a dark cockpit. In the left third of the image, you're seeing what we ship now, and it's really hard to see inside the cockpit. In the middle third of the image, this is with bug fixes. The mountains look dark when they're in the shadow of the clouds like they should. This is something we fixed that's going to make the images more realistic. But the cockpit is still really dark. And on the third side, this is a little tough to see in the ballroom of a hotel, but on the third side, exposure fusion is bringing up the brightness of the cockpit so you can start to see some of that texture and detail even though it's darker. Let me show you one more before and after. This is off, on, and you can see that with exposure fusion off, it's really tough to see the details in the cockpit. If you move your head down in X-Plane, it will bring up the exposure and you'll be able to see everything, but while you're flying, it's dark. And with exposure fusion, you can start to see some of the tone of that metal in the Airbus cockpit. So this is something that we're looking to get productized so that you can have realistic rendering, but still be able to see inside the cockpits. I can tell you about a couple other things the graphics team is working on right now. We are working on performance, a couple things. We are working on moving the lighting calculations to the GPU in a new way that should make night scenes much faster, especially if you run at 4K or if you run in VR. We've also got an improvement coming to, come on, there we go, to how we handle materials in the world, which should help your CPU. And we are working on making the main frame rendering multi-core. And that's going to be something that unlocks a lot of performance for everyone because y'all have a lot of CPUs. Besides performance, the other big thing that the graphics team is spending our time on is new terrain rendering. We talked about this at our developers conference in Montreal, but we've started work on our next generation scenery system. So this is a picture of X-Plane with third-party scenery, and when we've got a third-party base mesh, the lighting model can do a pretty good job of creating a realistic view. But we've had this trade-off between detail and performance. So we're working on a new terrain mesh system with 3 goals. We want to be able to have performance and detail. We want to be able to stream the scenery, because our add-on developers have said we want to be able to stream add-on meshes. Having to have you guys download the entire add-on before they can fly it is kind of lame in 2024, and we're trying to create a scenery system where airport designers can edit and patch the local mesh around their airport and not have to recut a large tile. So this is work that's happening now. This was what I was working on the airplane on the way here, and what we'll get back to work on when we go home. And we're looking to get some of this stuff out in Q3 and Q4 of this year in our next updates. Let me turn it over to Thompson to tell you about the X-Plane store.
Yeah, so one project that I've been working on quite a bit recently is the X-Plane store. This will be a platform within the app itself and online to let you buy add-ons, aircraft, scenery, plugins. But that sounds kind of, pedestrian, and we already have that, right? But we've decided to do it a little bit better. So the plans for the X-Plane store will be integrated directly into X-Plane, which means that a lot of the points of friction in the current process of purchasing, downloading, installing, and then unlocking an add-on will be removed. This will all be built on a new X-Plane identity system that we're building currently, which will keep all of this in sync, whether you're on different computers or if you buy something on the web and then want to use it in X-Plane. We'll also update all of your add-ons for you, so you won't need to worry about what's up to date and what hasn't been done yet. You'll just be able to hop in and fly. And lastly, we're going to fix the DRM system for X-Plane. So for a while, to really protect the add-ons you make for X-Plane, you've had to make your own system or hop on someone else's third-party system. We're going to do a little bit better than that. For free, we will offer to all developers on our store a built-in DRM system that does all the work for you. No fiddling with anything. So what does this mean for you guys, for the users? Well, it'll be a convenient shopping experience directly in the app, so you won't have to keep clicking away. It will download and install for you automatically. And it will also store your payment information. We won't. I don't want it. Stripe will. They're the professionals at that. And it'll also offer tools like Apple and Google Pay, so to make it as seamless as possible for you. It's also a win for developers because they get a lot more exposure. They will be within the X-Plane app itself. They get all of the DRM wins. And we're also focused a lot on the quality control. So I know that a lot of folks have had trouble with certain add-ons from certain companies, and we hope to really raise the bar on what's acceptable in a marketplace. One part of getting ready for the X-Plane store system is our new WebSocket API. So as I was preparing these slides, I asked ChatGPT to, make a graphic explaining WebSockets to me. And I'm not going to try to explain this to you, and I'm not sure what it was thinking. The fact is, it didn't know what it was thinking. But let me tell you what it means. So the big thing about WebSockets for us are lowering barriers to entry to X-Plane. So with WebSockets, developers and most of you will be able to write applications that need data from X-Plane about all sorts of things, the state of the aircraft, how fast you're going, where you're going, what you're flying. You'll be able to get that data from X-Plane, and then on the way back, you'll be able to send data to X-Plane, either setting those values or sending commands to X-Plane. This will really unlock a lot of people to use all of this data that X-Plane knows about without having to make your own complicated plugin or counting on users to install that. The biggest thing that I'm excited about for this WebSockets API is just getting started. With modern AI tools like ChatGPT and Copilot, it is so easy to write code for the web if you don't know anything about code. I had an interesting little project that I started completely from scratch with no knowledge. Stop by the booth if you're interested in trying that out. But yeah, so it's really all about lowering the barrier to entry and making it easier on developers. So we have a partner of ours that is launching a new product right now for X-Plane using this API, and we're going to ask them up to tell us a little bit about it.
I guess there's a big play button here, and that'll do it. All right. Hi, folks. Thanks, Thompson. I'm Alex List. I'm a commercial multi-engine pilot and also instrument rated. My background is at the intersection of aviation and software. I'm friends with the X-Plane guys from my time at Beta Technologies, where I led the Flightsim program for 2.5 years and built some of the best, and I'd say coolest half-dome sims on the planet. Today, I'm the CEO of a small startup called Airplane Team, and I wanted to tell you about a brand new product called FlySurely.com. What I want to show you today hasn't been seen before and has the potential to open doors to a cockpit or to a career in AI, and ultimately to safer skies for all pilots. Surely is your AI co-pilot helping you fly smarter from sim to sky. Whether you're piloting a 777 across the Atlantic from your sim room or practicing crossing landings in a Cub, Surely bridges the gap between sim and sky. Sadly, several of us at the X-Plane booth lost a friend in a plane crash earlier this year. When that happened, I decided to leave my job and try and build something to make flying even marginally safer if I could. But I also wanted to build something that respected the love for piloting that our friend had and that all of us here share. And so Surely was born. Our product Our product is like having a pilot friend next to you in your cockpit, a friend you can just talk to normally as you fly. So it can be, let's see here. It can be quite handy to find an airport when you're flying a Cub without avionics, or if you're in a gimbal helicopter where it's hard to take your hands off the controls. And if you're trying to debug an issue in a DA42 with their 700-page POH, Shirley can help with that. Or if your autopilot fails in IMC on your 172. Or if you just want to save time and money, backing up your checklist as you speak out the steps in your before landing flow. And if you just need to ask Shirley, hey, Shirley, what's the keyboard shortcut for doubling the speed of time? Well, Shirley's got you covered for that as well. So our vision has always been from sim to sky. Pilots who practice and learn with Shirley in the sim could later learn to fly with Shirley in the sky. This means that teamwork and skills developed in a sim could later be applied in the air and vice versa. That's a theme that's gone around a lot today. And because I knew it was going to take a lot of effort to run Shirley offline on a pilot's iPhone or iPad, not to mention the criticality of always delivering the correct and truthful information to a pilot who's piloting an actively operating airplane. So a few months ago, Thomson reached out and said, hey, we know you're a flight sim guy. There's this awesome sim community. Why don't you launch for simmers first? I think he was onto something, because in launching for a knowledgeable group of pilots in a controlled setting, we could better understand how aviators would interact with Shirley. What would they ask? You know, what could we improve related to the responses to meet pilots' needs? And that's why we're launching Shirley for X-Plane 12, using the WebSockets feature first announced at the X-Plane Dev Conference and shipping with 12.1. Shirley easily connects to X-Plane directly from our web app. Shirley can receive position and attitude information directly from X-Plane. And so it feels like they're in the airplane with you, like a co-pilot, monitoring your flight, backing you up, while providing you with information to help you the entire way. So when you're out simming with Shirley and doing a visual inspection of the Statue of Liberty, you can ask, you can ask about everything around you, and you can say, hey, which way to the closest helipad? And while you could just ask Shirley, yo, Shirley, could you teach me to fly gliders? And it would work okay. There's so much awesome sim content out there on the internet right now, made by many of you here. We thought we could leverage that passion by providing an opportunity for all of you creators. And we call it challenges. How about we have Shirley tell us how it works?
Airplane teammate is up. Mic check when ready.
Thanks. Challenges with Shirley are an entirely new way of interacting with X-Plane. Challenges let you build, try, and remix missions made by you or other simmers, so you can train, compete, and have fun. And we want to make this a community thing, and so we intend to feature challenges made by community members, attributing to you and linking back to your Twitch or YouTube directly from our website. We'll also be streaming as we try out your work, the challenges that you make, and give tips and feedback on our Discord. In the coming weeks, we'll also be releasing additional challenges, including for vehicles such as Beta's Alea aircraft, and additionally new Shirley skills to use when you're building challenges. Challenges are really a great way to build familiarity and make the most of this new opportunity with AI. And we think you're really going to have a ton of fun using it. So in a time when companies are releasing AI copilots for everything it seems, except for flying, our product is like having a copilot friend sitting next to you in the cockpit, a real AI copilot. And best of all, by using Shirley, we'll all be part of something bigger than us, helping to bring this sort of technology, which started in Sims, to make it available for safer flying in the sky. Shirley is available today with a free trial at flyshirley.com and on a subscription pricing basis. You can stop by the X-Plane booth this weekend to try it in person and to complete in our STOL challenge. There's a Cessna and there's a Cub category, and winners get a free membership. So come through the X-Plane booth, try your luck at our STOL challenge, download X-Plane 12.1, create your challenge at flyshirley.com, and join us in building the future of flight from sim to sky, safe flying.
Oh. So surely you can't be serious. Had to say it. Thank you, X-Plane, and the Fly Shirley thing. That's really cool. They got some really innovative things coming on the horizon. In fact, one thing that piqued my interest was the weather radar, because I know that's something we've been clamming for in another sim that I won't mention, but working weather radar. But what was your thoughts on the X-Plane updates?
That exposure setting was actually quite impressive. That one caught my attention. Yes. Like I thought the middle one at first was the new setting, and they were showing the high, brights, and lows. Like I didn't realize that once they said that was it on. That was impressive. That was a very nice change, and I could see other simulators taking some lead on that as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I love with that exposure setting as well how like they really looked at kind of what is the physics of the light, but then also what is our experience of seeing it as a person.
Right.
And that was just really telling to me about how they approached the
reality
building
isn't
of the sim.
always better.
Yes, exactly. Reality, and that is the thing. We are in a sim. Sometimes reality isn't the best for our particular thing. So we're going to do a couple things right now. We tried to show a Blackbird video earlier when we came back, and there was a little bit of technical goof. So we're going to re-show that here in a second. And then Evan is going to come back up and give you some instructions for the mixer that's going to be happening at the end. However, before he does that, I would like to say a special thank you to my fellow panelists, Factual Goal and Overkill Simulations, for joining me here on stage here today. Thank you so much. And of course to Gormfield for emotional support. So there we go.
Just because she did it, you know, if you wanted to, we had that opportunity earlier. My daughter's out there. If you want to call her out, now's a good time to do it.
Who's out there?
My daughter.
Your daughter? Well,
stand up, Delina.
Who's your daughter?
There she is right there. That's my daughter right there, guys. A little overkill.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's go turn your attention to the screen for the Blackbird video.
All right, well, that wraps up an exciting, exceptional, thrilling FS Expo Friday. Thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. Thank you to the wonderful reaction panelists for keeping us entertained and engaged throughout the day. I just have a couple of real quick programming notes. We're going to get you going to the social right after this. So first of all, for those looking for Microsoft Flight Simulator, as you know, if you've been reading the website, which is about 3 of you, I guess, that's tomorrow. So 3 o'clock tomorrow is when the big Microsoft presentation is. We needed to give them extra time. That's why they're not today. We do get back on this stage at 9 a.m. tomorrow with our International Flight Dispatch presentation that's put on by a couple of real-world airline dispatchers. Get a good view as to how the backside of an airline works and everything that goes on behind the scenes. Now, a couple people in here who didn't get badges earlier. If you just show of hands, anyone left without a badge? A couple people, or not really? Okay, very few. Okay, good. So you get to go first. So everybody who does not have a badge, they're going to keep registration open. If I get you to please stand up now and head out that way so you guys can get badges right now. I apologize for the wait earlier. And that would include you guys. Thank you so much for being with us today. Well deserved. Go grab yourselves a badge because that, of course, includes your free drink ticket. Thanks, Mike. And for everybody else in the room, coming up next is our attendee welcome reception in the Miranda room. Like I said, drinks. And there's also some snacks there for you guys. In terms of your drink ticket, that's inside the badge. So you've got to just basically open up that badge and then rip off that drink ticket. That's how your free drink is. I'm just going to try and keep people somewhat not all going at once. So like the back kind of half of the room, if you guys want to stand up and head out directly toward the Miranda room right now, that would be fine. For those of you in the front, I have a different plan for you. Me too. I agree. I do want to mention as well that during our welcome reception, we're trying to get this whole idea of chapters created, the idea that you can meet up with other flight simmers in your local area, hang out. And so we've got 3 local chapters from Dallas, Gulfport, and here in Vegas. The idea behind those chapters is really to give you the opportunity to meet up. We've got other successful chapters that have started in Cincinnati, in South Florida, San Diego, and a bunch of others. So you'll see people at tables with signs for those 3 airports. And of course, on your badge, you will see an airport code. If you see others from that local area, the whole point is hang out and meet with others in that area. So keeping the flow moving, this side of the room, if I'm going to get you guys to get up, you're going to go out those doors, go back up toward registration. There are bars there that will also accept your drink tickets. That will just keep us from having too many people in that